What's going on, everybody? Cali Death Podcast back once again, episode 205. I'm your host, Anthony Trapani. Got a resident homie with me, Casey Howard. What up, dude?
Hey.
To all our American listeners and watchers, viewers, happy Thanksgiving. I hope it was great. I had a great one, too. Looks a little different than it usually does because it's a Saturday for us right now. I'm actually at my house, so this is the first pod broadcasted from my home. But yeah, dude, this is a very, 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 very special one. Long time coming. We got some return guests, project that popped up over the last, couple years, right? When was the last time you were on? Was it 2 years ago?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I can't remember either, dude. It's all a blur now.
2 years ago. Yeah.
But yeah, dude, for this, hearing about this project over the amount of time that it's been growing, been very excited for it. And we got the guys from Retromorphosis. What's going on, dudes? All right. And actually returning, we got Christian and Dennis, but we've been waiting for this extra part of that mix for a long time too. We got Jonas, dude. Jonas, how are you, bro?
Oh, I'm fine.
Right on, man. We got a lot of people that have been waiting to hear from you, like I said, pre-pod. So there's going to be a lot of happy people that this episode's finally happening, dude.
That's terrifying. I really don't do interviews very often, so.
Yeah, well, I think that there's a core group of people on this planet that, you know, look at your playing at your top shelf riff writer, your top shelf performer. Your albums have made a very big impact on a lot of people over the last couple of decades, and yeah, dude, they're excited for it. Well, I'm excited for it, you know. So unfortunately for you, I'm going to be digging in on you a little bit today. I already got the backstory for Dennis and Christian, so we're going to be hearing about your history too. Joel's going to be with us soon. He is having some computer issues, but any minute now we'll see the Gorilla Man pop up. But yeah, let's do some plugs off the top. BattleforgeCoffee.com, always up top. That's our buddies in Deeds of Flesh. Got a great company there. Actually, oh shit, my coffee mug is dirty right now. It's in the dishwasher, but I would have brought that up. I should have thought about that earlier. But yeah, good company, good coffee, friends of ours. They're doing it right. Support underground, local, or not local, but underground hustlers, dude. They're hustling that bean that we all love. All right. GeneratorRehearsalStudios.com, always plugging them second. Oceanside, California. Quality jam space for you to go jam out and get loud when your parents are telling you to stop beating the drums in the basement. Save up your money and go rent a space at GeneratorRehearsalStudios.com. Make your mom happy. What else? Merch is still up in the air. We will eventually have that all sorted out. Oh, you know, he made an announcement about it, so I think it's okay for us to say something. You guys, you know, if you're weekly watchers and listeners, you've been, you know, noticing a missing component. The professor hasn't been with us for a few episodes. Life's just you know, piling up on him a little bit, and he needed to take a step back. He didn't quit or anything. He's just taking a hiatus right now. He's getting some other things together, and you know, we always told him he's welcome back to come on whenever he wants, dude. Like 100%. Any episode we do, he will always get a link, and he can pop in whenever he wants. But yeah, that's not saying that Professor's gone forever. He'll be back.
He's on PTO for a little bit.
Yeah.
He took a sabbatical.
But yeah, dude, let's plug some Retromorphosis stuff, dude. We got a new single out, Vanished. Just scorching earth with that single, by the way. Everybody I've read is just they're on cloud nine with that song, dude. So it's very exciting little first single for for people who've been waiting years for you guys to put new music out. So bravo. Congratulations on the first single.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Most definitely. Now, real quick, what's the meaning behind the name of the project, Retromorphosis? I think I have an idea, but everybody has their own interpretation of things. So
Yeah, it means a change for the worse.
a change for the worse.
Yeah, it's a great.
Which is actually the opposite. It's the opposite of the record. This is the change for the better because now you guys are putting new shit out.
Yeah, but I can tell you a funny thing. It's the next Spawn album was supposed to be Retromorphosis.
Oh, really?
Ah, okay.
Yes.
So it goes all the way back to then.
Yeah, but after we disbanded, I took that and I made a new thing.
Yeah, because you're not really present in social media or anything, Jonas. So it is one of those mysteries for many years. Is what is Jonas up to? And obviously you've been working on stuff ever since Spawn dissolved.
Yeah, I never quit write. I write a lot of stuff. Black metal and some classical music and different kinds of death metal. So
do you just write it for yourself, or are you planning on releasing any of this material that you're talking about?
Maybe the black metal thing.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
If I can get some time to do that, I would like to do that. But otherwise, I will just focus on retro.
Nice.
If I may ask, can you talk a little bit about the black metal thing?
It's like symphonic. It's more in the style of Emperor, maybe, but with my own twist on it. And I have one song that is really long, and that's why I actually quit that project because that song I put so much time in it, and it was so crazy in the end. So it was almost laughable. So I asked for myself, I really need to take a break. So I did that, and I just started to write death metal again, and that's when retro came.
Was it all one-man project with drum machine type music?
I just record demos. But actually, I have some people who are interested in joining me in doing that. Yes.
Nice.
But I don't know. Now it doesn't seem that important. But maybe if I get time to it.
Yeah. Shelf it and let it recharge.
Yeah, I love black metal just as much as I love death metal. So
I agree, dude. There's certain black metal bands or songs that can evoke more emotion than
Yeah, it's the fucking atmosphere.
It is an atmospheric thing for sure, dude. I mean, and I'm going to admit this now, but black metal has driven me to almost tears way more than death metal has. There are examples of it in death metal as well, but I think that the atmosphere, the melodies, and the atonal sounds, and they really do invoke that, depression or nihilism and those dark themes that kind of everybody has in them, and it brings it up in me a lot more than death metal.
Yeah, and it can be super simple but very effective.
Yeah,
I'm very interested in that, like Bursum and Enslaved, Marduk, stuff like that. Yeah, I'm talking about old releases now, not new Enslaved. Now we are very progressive. I really don't like that.
I like the dissonant, technical, kind of avant-garde stuff that's new.
Yeah,
but Yeah, but yeah,
like Mayhem, for example.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right on, right on. Well, obviously, oh, well, not obviously because we haven't mentioned it yet, but the album is going to be coming out on Season of Mist, right? You guys have a release date? I think you guys, I saw something, but I can't remember what it was.
21st Feb.
Yeah, February 21st. Wow,
Yes.
it's not that
Awesome.
far away, dude. Oh, Joel, what up, dude?
What up? Sorry, camera issues. What's
It's all
up,
good.
Jonas? I've never actually formally met you. Nice to actually meet you. Thank you very much for so as far as the black metal stuff, has that ever been released? The
No.
stuff that you were working on? No. Is that ever any plan for that?
Only if I have time for it.
Okay.
It takes a lot of time because I have to write the orchestra and all the instruments, and I write all the instruments separately, like violin 1, violin 2, viola, cello, contrabass, maybe piano and bells. If you imagine apparition in cursive, writing a whole album like that, that takes a lot of time.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think I have some good ideas. So that's why I feel I haven't abandoned it yet. It's like lurking in the shadows.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
I'm feeling sorry for the drummer who's going to record that, because that is brutal. That is over the top brutal on drums. So I don't know if it's even humanly possible to play that.
That's the classic joke, right? Is a guitar player writing drum parts for a drummer, and they're just like, "What the fuck?"
Just 16ths at 340. Come on, just handle it. Just turns into like a singular noise. Like, that's
So
funny.
let's get before we get Jonas's backstory. Let's just get backstory for the project and go through a little timeline of that. So, was it already? It wasn't even the project wasn't even talked about before you came on, right, Dennis? Or did you guys? Or were you guys already in conversation about it?
Yeah, he talked about it.
Yeah, we probably were, and this also, I think, the concept of retro before it was retro, because when and this is way back before Spawn, we always, like me and Jonas, we loved that old school sort of the stuff that started the whole death metal thing.
Mm-hmm.
And to this day, still listen to some of it. And it was always we talked on and off, like it would be fun to do something like that. And then somewhere after Spawn, Jonas and I was talking, and he said, that's when he mentioned Retromorphosis, and if I would be interested. And it was very minimalistic, wasn't it, Jonas? It was meant to be this very I don't know the word for it, like dirty thing. This
Raw, maybe.
I don't have the right word for it, but so that's how it started. But it was also, I felt it was kind of relaxed, like there was no pressure, and like Jonas wrote in his own pace, and everything was good. And then I did the podcast with you guys.
Yeah.
And that was a lot of fun, and we kept in touch, obviously, and and then when it came time to when Jonas said, like, I basically have all the songs, we should record this thing, and we started talking about lineup and all that, those kind of things. The drum thing came up, and KC was like, hey, you should ask KC. And that was basically it. And he jumped on it, as far as I can remember. KC, I don't think I had to persuade you very much, like you were happy to do it. So it was like perfect. Like we knew KC, like his type of drumming, so it's like a no-brainer there. And everyone was commented before we asked, and everybody was super happy with it. So I thought it was that's pretty much it,
Yeah. I remember on that podcast, you messaging us afterwards, like saying that was so much fun. You've kind of gotten Like, did that kind of spark you? Because music was kind of not really a thing for you at that point, right?
Yeah, that's very true. I got encouraged, and I also I talked to Jonas about that because I basically I am like that. I go into I kind of dip in terms of creativity and music and stuff, and sometimes I just don't feel like I don't feel like doing anything. That's just the way I am, you know. And but Jonas, he's always solid. He always writes. He's always got something going, and he's so relaxed about it. It's like, yeah, we'll do it whenever. It's like that sort of, and that's a very good. When you're like me, that's a very good approach. For me, that's exactly how I like it. You know,
Right.
You know, not being a prima donna or anything. It's just like
no pressure.
You just don't feel like doing it because, like Jonas mentioned, talking about there's a song like Apparition or whatever song with Swan Obsession. It takes a lot of work. Like for everyone, it's like everyone's exhausted after making a record like that. It's insane. It's so much work, and everybody wants it to be perfect. Every little beat, every stroke, everything has to be a certain way. And that shit is like draining, really draining.
Right.
You know?
Oh, totally, dude. So real quick question for Casey.
Uh-oh.
There you go. What are the differences on your approach for Retromorphosis compared to Decrepit or Odious?
Yeah, dude, thank you. I don't want to take too much time, but I will just basically say that for me, it's about like the songwriter. So like Jonas had written really good drum parts that I thought were already really good. And when I talked to Dennis, and you know, I remember we had a Facebook chat like one day, and we were just chatting, and then that's when you brought up the idea of me doing it, and I was just instantly like, I have to say yes to this. Like, there's no way I can not say yes to this. And so, and then I got the track sent to me, like Guitar Pro, and you know, just the writing of the parts, because that's how I like to put my click tracks together, and I can kind of customize my drums, and then of course when I go and actually record it, I kind of improvise a little bit and around that. But the framework that had been put together by Jonas already was like really great, and so I just kind of was like, just did it the way, you know, it's kind of like you just like, I played it literal, but sometimes I would change things, and it was kind of like close, and then I was like, oh, I like this, and I'll just go with that, you know. So I tried not to veer too far from what it was already there. Yeah, so it was really fun being in the studio too. Like I remember with Zach, and I would start a part, and I would like, I remember I sent you guys a couple, like the intro of like a couple songs, and I'm like, is that how you want the cymbal grab? Is it like, should it be like ring out or or whatever, you know?
The last song.
Yeah.
Because in Guitar Pro 5 you can't have choked cymbals.
Mm-hmm.
So when I wrote it, I probably thought for myself, I will remember that, and I will tell him. But you know, I didn't remember, of course.
Yeah,
that's so weird that they wouldn't have choked cymbals. It's such a common thing that's used in drumming. Why wouldn't that be on Guitar Pro 5? Such a prominently used program.
In 7, I have 7 still. You can do it in there. You just put a staccato on the actual cymbal. But like,
no, you lost me. What's a staccato?
Oh, like a short note.
Okay. Okay. Just an abrupt note.
Yeah. And so like, yeah, so it was just, I'll just finish with like, it was just really fun. Like I made some little kind of videos where I pieced together like takes of all the parts, and kind of just, I tried to record every song to send that to them to like, is this good? Like, is this cool? You know, and like, so it was just really fun, dude. Like, and then getting to work with Zach, I was just like, oh yes, like this is going to be really fun. So yeah, I was very honored to do it. And it was just fun the whole time, and a lot of work, but fun, you know, and I'm super stoked on it. And
how long did you spend with Zach doing that?
I think we had 2 days. I think it was a 2-day deal, maybe 3, but I think we just did it in 2.
Nice.
That's incredible, man. That's incredible.
Yeah.
I'm so impressed. I'm super impressed with the drums on, you know, on the track that was released. You have heard nothing what Casey's doing on that record. It's insane. Like some of those fills and some of that stuff you do, it's insane. Really good.
And the mix really lets that shine too, dude. The mix is killer on it.
Yeah.
So good.
Totally. Yeah.
Okay, so
was
you're
it.
in the hot seat, dude. This is a band episode. You're in the hot seat. I'm just letting you know. You might get some more questions from people, dude.
Hey, Joel, if you want to post those comments, I texted you, but I'm not gonna.
Oh,
There's a lot of comments coming in. There's a
yeah.
lot of, so it's just really cool how many people are stoked on this episode, just like I am stoked on this episode. But like, it's just sick, man. Like, it's like, you know how people talk about like playing in their like favorite band, or like, oh, I got to, you know, like when Derek joined Suffocation and whatever, and he's just like, it's my favorite band in the world, and I get to play with my favorite band. I feel like in a way like that with this. It's just like, I can't think of a project I'd rather be a part of. I'm just like, this is the coolest thing ever. So yeah, so I'm very stoked on it. I'm very happy with, thank you for your words and everything. And like, it's just so cool how people are really stoked, like a lot of cool feedback. And then like also people want to, the fact that we got you guys to do the podcast. Thank you, Jonas, for coming on and having everybody here. It was like having the Dennis episode was one of my favorite episodes, and the Christian episode was one of my favorites. And now we have everyone together. It's just like, I don't know, super cool, man. And I want to talk about everyone's role in this too.
I was just about to segue into Christian for sure. Yeah, I was going to just say, how did it come to your attention, Christian? Tell us the story.
Yeah, I actually came to the project very late when most of it was already more or less finished. I think it was May of last year, but I heard the music actually quite a while before, and I don't even know if you know this, Jonas, but my friend Hannes Grossmann, when we were tracking the guitars for the last Alkaloid record, that was, I think, November 21 or something, Hannes actually played me some demos that Jonas had sent him. I was like, wow, this is awesome. This sounds like a little bit more straightforward, more in your face, more old school version, but still with the kind of colors and tweaks that I loved in Spawn of Possession. And I was like, oh man, I would really like to be a part of that, but I really wasn't at that point. And then Jonas wrote me, I think it was May of 2023, so last year, if I would like to do the solos on the record. And Spawn of Possession was always one of my favorite bands, and Incurso is still one of my favorite records that I've ever been a part of. I didn't have to think very long, to do it. And then I had a couple of days free time to do it in between tours and stuff. And then I did the solos for the record. And I'm really happy because the record, like also now, like with the production, everything really turned out to be one of my favorite things I've ever been a part of. So
yeah, dude, totally.
So I feel I'm really happy.
And when everybody hears the rest of it, they'll understand why, dude. Because I've allegedly heard some other songs as well, and or actually a friend did. Let's say a friend did, and he said it was some of the most amazing shit he's heard in a long time.
The thing I gotta say real quick, and
okay, all right, yeah, sorry.
Oh,
I was just gonna say. Side note, Christian, is your clock all guitars behind you? Is that what I'm seeing?
It's all guitars, actually. Yeah, it's all guitars.
Yeah, that's right.
It's all guitars.
Cool.
A little bit nerdy, but yeah.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, I mean,
so it should
for me, I'm not going to give any secrets away, of course, but like I think that, like Christian, I mean, I've always been such a fan of your work. I mean, this is ridiculous, and you're one of the best in the world, but I just love it. Like, it's the coolest thing is like writing, like it's one thing to shred, and like, we all know you can shred and everything, but like, I love what you wrote, like, and the way it works against Jonas's riffs. And the thing about the overall theme of the album is that it's just like really dark too. It's like, it's heavy and it's fast and technical or whatever it is, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, it's got this darkness to it. And I love how your solos like go along to it. Like, it's just really cool. Yeah, man, I love it all.
Thank you. I think it's actually, when the riffs are written that well and the parts to play over are written that well, then it's almost like the solos write themselves, because you just follow the progression of the riffs. Of course, with my own little trademark things, but basically the riffs, basically, and the chord progressions that are going on, they really make the solos write themselves, basically, like that. I can always tell when it's like that, then it's super easy for me. And sometimes when I do like guest solo stuff or something, for like other bands or something, it's not always the case, Sometimes it's like, I really have a hard time like coming up with something good there. But with the Retromorphosis stuff, it was like super. It went super quickly because the progressions were so good. And
that's insane. Super quickly. Those solos are insane, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
What?
I try my best.
I just want to say, it's so funny. I just want to say that for me it was like a super cool experience because with when we did Incurso, when the solos, when you apply the solos to the song and you heard them for the first time, when I heard them for the first time, it was such a nice thing. It was such a sweet moment because didn't know really everyone knew you could play and all that stuff. We weren't sure like how it's going to sound, and it was just like every solo was so amazing. And now with Retro, I had the same experience. I think it was again like shit, Christian, and I totally agree with Casey on the melodic part. The melodic stuff is my favorite. I love the shredding and all that, but your sense of melody and all that stuff is incredible, man. Those solos are brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and you can definitely listen to them many times and find new stuff in them, and they go so well with the songs. I'm so impressed. Amazing.
That's awesome. So when you say they write themselves, I'm sorry to cut. When you say they write themselves, are you listen to the chord progression and just kind of improvise, and then whatever comes from that you kind of.
That's basically what I do. Yeah, yeah, more or less. Like I play over it a couple of times. Of course, I think about the harmonic possibilities, and that's in Retromorphosis, Spawn of Possession, a little bit more challenging than in the other bands that I usually play with, because the other stuff I do is usually a little bit more in the box, a little bit more like, I would say, traditional harmonically, and Jonas stuff is all over the place, so many key changes, and sometimes you have to make up artificial scales to fit the riffs and the chords because they don't really follow the traditional, like, circle of fifth major scale kind of stuff, and that's really refreshing for me because it brings out a different style or a different element to my style that doesn't show itself so much in most of my other bands. And then so usually I loop the sections, I play over them a couple of times, record it, and then I keep the good ideas and I replay them to clean things up because sometimes when I improvise it's a little bit too sloppy or something. So sometimes I keep the slop if it kind of fits the atmosphere, if it has the attitude. And there's other stuff where I have to go in and like do a couple more takes and clean things up a little bit. So it's always depending on what the section asks for, basically. Yeah.
Nice. So you have a book out? Someone's saying?
Yeah, I did a PDF where I go through a couple of solos that I wrote. There's also 2 solos on there from the Incurso record, and some of my other bands that I did, and I just explain my approach to writing solos, or how I interpret the things that I play over, and how I use my knowledge and my approaches and things like that to write things. Because nowadays I think many people have good technique and can play and things like that, but often in my lessons I usually the things that come up most is that people want to know how to play over certain things, and how to interpret things musically, and so in this book I basically describe my own approach to this a little bit with different solos over my career.
I have a question on that note. We had Scott Carstairs on a while back, and he talked about studying with you and doing guitar and from Fallujah, and it was really interesting what he was saying, and talking about like a kind of applying altered weird like jazz scales and stuff like that, like super Locrian or whatever, that shit like that, so like how is there any influence of that? Because and also Vaughn from Defeated Sanity, he's a jazz guitar player before he was in Defeated, and so these guys just can play over like it. Do you like apply some of that kind of, because like that's known in like really weird jazz, like playing harsh melodic harmonic stuff,
right? Because obviously I studied jazz and fusion stuff for a long time, and but basically what you do there is you learn how to solo over chord changes, right? And then you have your chord and scale relations. But then when you play, like for example, if I do something like Obscura or Alkaloid, very often the solo parts are more traditional in the sense you have this classic thing of like a chord progression, and then you have your note material that fits. But when you do Retromorphosis or Spawn of Possession, it's quite different, because a lot of stuff is like single note riffs, and they, like I said, they change so much. There's so many key changes, and it's all over the place. It's not really like someone plays a full chord and that's the chord ring, and okay, here I can use this and these harmonic possibilities, but it's like super busy riffing. And in the beginning I was like, how am I going to approach that? But the way I approach it is like I check all the notes in the riff fragment. Like every fragment of a riff or a movement is like a chord, and the notes in the riff are basically the chord, and then the scales that I can use over it, they have to include the notes of the chord, which in that case is the riff fragment. And then I can use the same techniques that you use in a jazz corner. Like, okay, you have these and these arpeggios in there, and I can make more musical lines by doing that. So the approach, in that sense, it's the same, but it's not the classical thing where like, oh, I have a minor 7 chord here and a major 7 chord there, and there I play my Dorian and there I play my Lutin. That doesn't really work, in Retromorphosis. It's very different.
Totally.
And that's the cool thing, because that makes me come up with lines and licks that I wouldn't have come up with playing in a more traditional kind of context. And
that's really cool.
And I still want to kind of keep the attitude, of these. Like, we listen to the old school death metal players. They were not really like, they didn't really come from this educated point of view. And it was very intuitive, and a lot of the attitude comes from that. But if I would try to play like Trey Azartos or something, it wouldn't sound good, because I can't. I simply don't have this. When I try to do this freestyle kind of thing, it always sounds like someone trying to do something that he's not good at. So what I want to do is like, I still want to approach it from the same angle that I normally do it, but still keeping the attitude and the energy of these early 90s death metal records and soloists that didn't really come from a more educated point of view. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, kind of in between, playing wacky stuff, but still having everything make sense with what's going on behind it, but without sacrificing the attitude.
I think it comes through. Like, you can tell all that thought and also talent, like natural, just like you just fell right into it, but also just like the thought behind that. You can hear that in the music, like what you're just explaining. Like, it's like you play over the weird change stuff, but it's also sick and like not too much. It's like perfect balance of that, and then it has that like attitude, and it sounds like death metal, like it's like, it's cool, dude. I love that. That's dope. Nice.
It's very cool. Rather than just doing a Kerry King solo over it, just like,
but that stuff is also cool if you know how to do it. But for me, if I tried to play like that, it just wouldn't sound good. I mean, sometimes I wish I could just do stuff like that, but I cannot. Like, it just doesn't sound as good as when those guys do it. I mean, maybe the Kerry King stuff or the Trey Azartos stuff isn't so educated, but it sounds great and fits the music perfectly. And if someone can do that, that's awesome, But whenever I tried that, even back in the Defeated Sanity days, and Lille and Wolfgang, they were like, yeah, I remember we did a cover live of an Autopsy song from was it In the Grip of Winter or something? And I had to play the ending solo, and I just couldn't make it sound good, It's like because I come from such a different from such a different type of background. And then in the end, I gave the solo to Wolfgang. I remember that, because whenever I played it, it just sounded like someone trying to be something that he isn't, And so I have respect for these type of players also, like it's definitely something that comes natural to them, and it sounds good.
Definitely. It definitely takes a kind of confidence to just go for it like they did back in the day. Like, a lot of those solos are just, the keys don't matter. They're just kind of they kind of have like a more pick attack and speed, and then they'll go into like a little slower part of it, and there'll be like a weird tapping part, and then like
but they can make it. They can make it work. Or even like Eddie Van Halen was like that in a sense. It was a more freestyle approach, but they could make it work. And sometimes I wish I could, but I can't. That's just different personalities of players. Yeah.
Was there any official? We had a question for any of. Is there any official planned, like, transcriptions? You know how they're doing like that sheet happens. I see a bunch of bands that, like, transcribing all their music. I know, Jonas, you said you used like Guitar Pro a lot. Are there like Spawn songs that are perfectly mapped out and tabbed out for ever thinking of releasing like a tab transcription sale thing?
Yeah, most of the songs are tabbed down, except for the solos. But I don't know. I don't feel like publishing it.
Yeah.
I don't. And the reason for that is because when I started to play guitar and finding out stuff, I had to use my imagination,
Mhm.
and there were no tabs at all with death metal. So I think it's better if people use their own imagination.
Yeah.
I think that's better. Instead of learning the songs dryly, I don't think that it's better to use the imagination.
Definitely.
Totally. I bet you Oleg could
completely agree.
do a pretty accurate transcription. He's pretty good at learning by ear and tabbing
Learning
things
obscure
out.
things by ear, like super crazy obscure stuff
You
by
know,
ear.
I think learning by ear is often better. Like even if you make mistakes and you figure things out wrong, at least you figure it out on your own, and then it's understood on a way deeper level, right? And then maybe your mistakes, they become your style. That's kind of the thing. I think like these old learning methods of figuring out things on your own, with the tape and rewinding it and trying to get it right, they produced different sorts of players that would sound more individual. And nowadays, everybody can play and they learn all the stuff perfectly, but it's harder to get your own individual sound for many people, because everyone is so perfect with everything. But I sometimes think these little things that you do wrong or that you imagine, they become your own kind of voice in the end,
Definitely. Shall we?
Let's kick it back to Jonas. Let's get a little backstory on you. Go back in time, dude. Talk about how music was important as a child. Talk about something you connected with at a young age that got you into music.
Yeah, I was obsessed with music, even as far as I was like 5-6 years old. And I got goosebumps when I heard music. So I was really obsessed, and I was listening to a lot of trash back then. But when I got older, like 6, 7, I got into Kiss and Wasp and Deep Purple and all hard rock bands. And I listened for that for a while. And then I got into Iron Maiden when I was 9, 10. And that was actually when I met Dennis the first time. I'm not sure if he remembers that, but we traded Iron Maiden stuff. I think I was 12 or 11, something, 12 maybe. And
did you guys go to the same school together?
In mid-high school.
Yeah. So how'd you meet him at a younger age than high school? You guys just see each other around neighborhoods playing with friends or whatever?
Because I had a friend who played guitar.
Nice.
And he started to play with Dennis. But this guitar player, he was more into like Guns N' Roses and stuff. And Dennis was, he just wanted to play like Sepultura and Metallica. And I watched them when they rehearsed. And they made one death metal song, which was really bad. And it's not Dennis' fault. It was the guitarist, because the guitarist didn't understand death metal. So it was terrible. And then they quit. So, but the funny thing is, I saw Dennis playing drums. So I wanted to play drums too, because that looked like a lot of fun. So I asked my father, can I, bring a drum kit into the house? And he was like mad. Fuck no, you're not going to bring goddamn drums into the house. So I was like, okay, fuck it then. And so I stole one of his guitars. So because, I play guitar then. And the funny thing is that guitar got so trashed through the years. And then I learned that it wasn't his guitar. It was his friend's guitar. So one day he came back in Cable, I want my guitar back. And my father is very, you don't know, but he's very slow and tired. So, well, here's the guitar. And the guitar was completely trashed. So, and he was like, I can't use this. This is fucking ruined the guitar, and he just threw the guitar. That was hilarious.
So then, when did you get your own? Actually your own guitar.
Oh, I was. I think I was 17, maybe.
Oh, really? That.
Yeah, I bought Ibanez.
Okay.
A cheap one. I still play on that. I write everything on that. So I have a 7-string, but I fucking hate the 7-string. So I always play on my old guitar, and I use same gear as I used back then. And I'm really boring.
What is your setup for the people who want to hear about gear?
They don't want to know. It's just old 90s stuff. I have a Boss ME6, and then I have a GT5 out in the living room. So I go back and forth. When I record, I use the ME6, but it doesn't sound that good. It works.
Mm. Well, that's crazy that you're talking that your setup's nothing special, but you have such a unique sound on all the Spawn records,
Yeah, but in the studio we use, we bring in other amps, and this time the studio bought in a lot of new amps. So he had like shelves full of amps, and he was which one do you need? I don't know anything about amps. So we started to try out, and I chose the Engel. The Engel sounded fucking brutal. That sounded really good with both picking and tremolo and everything. So
definitely, I always loved it was such the unique sound of like Cabinet and stuff was not using that much distortion. That was because that was kind of like a new. To me, that was new in death metal, hearing that, and it made the riffs and everything. You could hear everything that was being done. Because
that's what I was going to say. That's what it makes sense though, because of the riffing style. You imagine, down tuning and a bunch of distortion on a Spawn record. A lot of it would just blow over your head.
Yeah. The same goes when I'm playing at home. I use very little distortion. It's almost like if you think about old Judas Priest or Iron Maiden, the early records, I don't use that much distortion because I want to hear the notes, the picking, and I want to feel them. If you have too much distortion, everything just gets mumbled. But we used a lot more distortion on Retro. That was a deliberate thing. Because
there's probably not too many people complaining about Spawn's sound because the dudes who are looking for low-tuned, lots of distortion type riffs aren't listening to bands like Spawn of Possession. They'd be listening to the slam bands maybe more, or just going for the breakdowns, which Spawn does have some sick breakdowns, but I don't know.
It really makes you, low distortion too. It really calls out your playing. Like you can't hide behind the distortion with a lot of it. You if you miss something, it's going to be obvious. So it's almost like higher risk, higher reward if you can make it work. That's why I always really appreciated it. I was just even the way the chunks and the heavy parts have a different bite to them because you can hear more of your right hand, and that's it's not compressed with a EMG or something. You can hear everything you're doing. That's awesome.
There's also I remember when we started, I guess the decisions were made around Cabinet when we played. We talked about the guitar sound. That's when the Traxxas came in, and we had like low distortion. But then it became. I remember bands, contemporary bands, were dubbing a lot. They would do like 2 or 3 guitars left, and then the same way in the right.
Mm-hmm.
And we realized that, because as you know, when you're playing this type of music, you always have limited time. You don't have very much time to do anything. Like, you just want to bang it out before the money runs out. So we decided, like, we're going to keep it 1 in the left and 1 in the right. And if you do it properly with the right sound, you're not going to miss that. Because I remember talking to other bands and they were like, well, you can't have a fat sound unless you dub it multiple times. And I completely disagreed with that, because what they came out with was extremely muddy. It was almost like you couldn't hear the melodies because they weren't tight enough.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's so I think that the fact that, and then after Cabinet, people ask me like, did you dub that? It's like, no, we had 1 left, 1 right, and that was it. And they thought it was dubbed because of the sound. So we didn't have to do that. We didn't have to like multiply like you said, like slam bands, and I know like heavier bands do that, but sometimes it becomes part of their sound. It's the way they do it. But that was definitely like a choice. We talked about it, and we're like, are we going to go down that road? Nah, fuck it. We're just going to do like, because and then with those riffs, obviously we have enough to do anyway, to do the whole thing. You know what I mean?
Do it multiple times over and over again. There was that lore that when we talked to someone from Nile, I forget who it was. Maybe it was Dallas, but I was asking them because there's always people were saying that they use like 6 dubs on each side or something, like 6 or 8 or something like that. And I think it was they used like 3 or 4. But that's, I mean, that sound that works for the dubbing. They're super low tune, like the G, and they're just like those ring outs, and then like a lot of the heavy parts, those chunks. That's just for that music works a lot better. But there's not as many riffs and notes. Here's a question actually about Cabinet too, because there's that song Uncle Damphy. Who is Damphy? Is he related to Uncle Damphy, Dorian Damphy, name of the old Retromorphosis channel?
And also, if we ever repeat things that we said on the Dennis episode, we're sorry. It's all a blur.
Same for me.
yeah, that was a while ago. So is there a story behind the Uncle Damphy track?
I'm sure there are. No, well, I think that song is lyrically and musically, of course, but lyrically that one is a little special. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay,
so,
got it.
Yeah.
Interpret it yourself.
Yeah, it's in the lyrics, and it's correct. I mean, there's a continuation of it on. There's a song on Incurso that takes the story further.
I love that, dude.
He's not gonna reappear on Retro, but he most definitely might reappear in the future. So we'll see. Yeah,
I love I love having like little mystery characters that pop up throughout a band's history. That's I think Archaic. Jared's got a reoccurring character on that happens to pop up throughout all their albums.
Yeah,
Us is the worm. We don't know what his name, but just a worm ends up on our album all the time.
So I'm sorry to disappoint who asked the question, but I've actually been asked this. I've been asked by bands on tour and stuff and in interviews, and I've never gotten into it. I never expressed it.
I don't think you should apologize. I think you just made it cooler. I think now they can go and read those lyrics and have their own.
Yeah, I mean,
whole damn feed, dude.
and there's still stuff, and I'm not going to spoil anything, but there's still stuff going on the records that, as far as I know, nobody has heard. I mean, there are whisperings and stuff like that in songs in Spawn.
Mm-hmm.
There's plenty of stuff that is like deep in the mix.
So sick.
Like
Yeah,
Easter
I'm not going to
eggs.
say anything more. There's stuff happening there. So if you really want to get into that, so put on the headphones and
Turn it up.
Cool stuff.
What was the concept you said before about cookies too? Like, was it like the solos or?
Yeah. No, Jonas, you could explain. I explained it the last time I was on. If you want to talk about our cookies.
Yeah, the cookies. That's an idea from like Iron Maiden use it, Metallica use it, and then Bach used it in his Fugas.
Mm.
And it's you have a song with all the main riffs, and it's kind of boring if you just have a guitar solo. I think it's better if you like have one big piece in the song that is more free. You based on the other riffs, you write melodies and you write variations on it, and you can reach a climax with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I got really obsessed with those. So
So the cookie is the climax.
yeah, it's the building up to the climax. So if you look at the Vanished, for an example, it builds up slowly, and then it's and then it bursts out in Christian solo. That's the the climax, but it's building up all the way. Boom. So I try to do that in not in every song, but in most songs. So I like that idea, and then you go back to the normal riffs.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that if you use that, you can make every song really personal.
Yeah.
If you understand what I mean, because you can do whatever you want within these cookies, and it could be slow, it could be really dark, it could be really intense. You can do whatever you want with it, depending on the song.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
All right, so that's really fucking cool, dude. I love that. So let's talk about life between 12 and 17, Jonas. How you and Dennis met, and we always like to hear how you finally stumbled across death metal or some other form of more extreme metal like black metal, whatever led you here.
Yeah, I found death metal when I was 11, and it was Bolt Thrower, Realm of Chaos. Before that, it is really funny because I thought Slayer, Metallica, and Nuclear Assault, those were the most brutal bands in the whole world.
Same.
Yeah, and I stumbled upon Bolt Thrower, the Realm of Chaos. That's a really dirty album. It's fucking really dirty, and I have never heard anything like it. And I listened to it a couple of times, and I was hooked. This is the shit.
Yeah.
And shortly after that, I found like D-Side, Obituary, Death, all the other bands.
How were you finding? Were you getting magazines? Were you going to local record stores? How are you finding all that?
Yeah, it was mostly record stores and magazines, because back then I didn't know anyone who listened to death metal. I was the only one on the whole school, and I remember I bought a Bolt Thrower T-shirt, the War Master, and everybody was, "But what is that? Is that a computer game?" But no, it's a band. And I showed the music to some friends I had back then. Man, you can't listen to this. This is terrible. And I said, no, this is fucking amazing. This is the next step, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then Entombed and Dismember, CNs, you know, we had a lot of great bands in Sweden. They popped up. And Entombed and Dismember became really big. And that took me, you know, death metal was really big in the early 90s.
Yeah, totally, dude.
So it was in the news, it was on MTV. It was mainstream, more or less. So I was hooked. I was completely into that. But it wasn't until I was like 15 I started to play on my own.
Mm-hmm. So when you met Dennis, were you already listening to? Are you guys the same age, or is one of you older? Are you guys the same age?
Dennis is the senior.
Is your senior?
I'm 1 year older, so
I could always say that about Joel too. That's funny. I'm gonna start saying that. Dude. Joel's my
Yeah, it's like 8 or 9 months.
He's only like
Yeah.
a few months older than me.
I'm your senior, bro. Don't you forget
well,
it.
I remember, we talked about that, and I had forgotten about the trading, you know, Maiden posters and stuff. I had actually forgotten about that because I thought we met in high school, basically being the only two wearing like death metal shirts or something. Because I had exactly what shirt Jonas is describing. I think I had the same also, and I had the Terrorizer one, and I think I had Left Hand Path from Entombed. You know, those were so classic. Because the small logos on the arm, you remember the earache.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Those were super cool. So
yeah, dude.
Yeah, and we started talking in school. That's pretty much it, and talking about bands. And Jonas, I think, was more open to new bands than I was, because I'm a little autistic like that. If I get an album, I just listen to that, and I will not quit listening to it.
Mm-hmm.
Jonas was like, hey, have you heard this? Have you heard D-Side? Have you heard, like, you know, he threw bands at me constantly. And I specifically remember hearing records he played for me for the first time, like Butchered at Birth. And I remember Jonas played Tomb of Mutilated for the first time. And I heard Hammer Smashed Face.
Yeah.
Like, you had it on vinyl, right? Yeah. And Jonas was always so funny, because Jonas, he always goes like, I have this album, is it good? It's pretty good, you know, like. And when I heard it, was like blown away, like he played me Suffocation and stuff. Yeah, it's pretty good, you know. I don't know, it's fucking, I was ecstatic every time. It's such great music. But yeah, so we met in school, and then we sort of kept in contact, and then a mutual friend called me one day and said, Jonas has started playing guitar and we're putting a band together, and I'm playing bass, and he didn't play any instruments before that either. So I was like, okay. And by then I had been playing drums for a couple of years. So I was like, okay, you know, I wanted to really go all in, not realizing how fast Jonas would climb that guitar ladder, because he went from one chord to doing all kinds of stuff very quickly. So that's how I remember it.
Were you how much were you practicing, Jonas, back in those days?
In 93 to 96, we practiced maybe once or twice a week, I think.
Nice.
And the funny thing, the first year we practiced at Dennis' home. And his parents were wearing like headphones when we played, because we couldn't stand the noise. That's good.
That's great to have parents that'll, you know, sacrifice the comfort just so you guys can have a place to jam. a side question I just thought of that we sometimes ask people, Jonas, did you have to hide those records from your parents, or did they not really care?
Oh, my father.
Tomb of the Mutilated is the gnarly record, dude.
Yeah, my father is very Christian, so I remember I had this. I had D-side posters on the walls in my room, and I had some like newspaper clippings, because when D-side played in Sweden in '92 on the Legion tour, someone dropped a bomb during the concert. So it was all over the news that some Christian maniac tried to murder them. So I had that on the wall, and it was on the news. And my father recognized it, and he said, "Why do you?"
I remember hearing about it over here too. Not done, but
yeah, why do you listen to this terrible music? And it's satanic. And I was like, I don't care. It's great, So no, it was only my father is super. It's like a big bear, He's super nice. He gets angry.
Yeah, no, I mean,
he gets angry for 10 seconds, and then he forgets it. Oh, and it goes away.
So he never tried to take anything away. No, he never tried to like confiscate, take away the albums from you. Let you have them. Okay.
No, never. I think because he's a musician himself, and they recorded one single in the 60s, and then they just dropped it. But he saw what I did. I went in all in for it, and he respected that. So I think he's pretty proud.
Right.
Even if he doesn't like music, he's we are released albums and all that. That was his dream,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He understands the passion.
Yeah.
I got a small thing. Speaking of fathers, I remember one time when we were playing when I lived at my parents' house, and they were very supportive of the band and everything. But one time my dad, he had enough. So we were playing like full on, and the door came up, and so everyone just shut down, and he yelled, basically saying like, "Turn it down. What's wrong with you? Turn it down."
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I said, "Dad, like they have to play in the volume of the drums. Like it's the drums who set the volume." And he yelled at me, looking straight at me, and yelled like, "Well, don't turn down the drums then." And then he slammed. I remember that. It's like, okay. So we waited a couple of minutes, and then just like, fuck it, just started playing again. And it was like, yeah, cool.
That's great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the first years were really rough.
Yeah. So you got your first guitar at 17. That's when you said in 93 you were 17? Because you said from 93 to 96 you guys were practicing once or twice a week.
No, in 93 I still had the stolen guitar. So it was maybe 96, 97, somewhere. I bought a guitar.
I got to introduce Kenobi. with his
so we
what
have
is this thing called we found out Manticore.
Anthony's
I get to
Cavapoodle.
contribute to Cali Pet Podcast. Oh.
Beautiful.
I love the one eye blue, one eye brown look.
Yeah, he's a trip looking. He's and his coat's nice too. He's got a tricolor going. He wants to take off, but not everywhere's puppy proof right now, so we got to keep him in certain areas. All right, dude, you can take him, but everybody meet Kenobi.
What's up, Kenobi?
All right. All right.
That's Dominic.
Be careful going down the stairs. Yep, that's Dominic.
What's up,
Wave hi,
Dominic?
Dominic.
Hey, Dom.
Hey.
Can you hear them? They're in my headphones, so you can't really hear
I
them.
can kind of hear them.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. All right, close the door when you leave.
I will.
Thank you. All right, back to it, guys. Sorry. He just walked in with the pup. I had to take advantage of dude, they sleep like 18, 20 hours a day, dude. It's crazy. They're only up for like a half an hour in between sleeping, basically. Wake up to
Growing.
eat, shit, piss, play, sleep.
Jonas, if I may ask, back then in '93 to '97, or when we were playing, and you remember when we played with David and everybody.
Yeah.
How much did you practice on your own back then? Like
Yeah.
how much time a day?
5-8 hours a day, maybe.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn,
5
dude.
to 8 hours.
I was obsessed with it. It was funny. That's why I played. It wasn't. I didn't try to be like Yngwie Malmsteen or anything. It was every time I played, I figured a new thing out, and I recorded a lot. I had a tape recorder on the floor in front of an amp, and I recorded a riff or a melody, and then I tried harmonies. So I did that all day. I just loved it. It was the first like 5 years was so funny because
Yeah.
every day was something new. Just
Yeah.
trying.
Would you be watching movies with a guitar in your lap and doing exercises while
Yeah,
watching?
the TV was always on some horror movie or something, and I was just jamming.
That's awesome.
That's pretty much how I found the Spawn sound. Because the Spawn sound I found like when I was 18, so I played for 3 years and just trying stuff, just playing around, fooling around with the guitar. What if I do this? What if I do really weird harmonies here? How would that sound? So I just keep trying, and Dennis was really into that same thing. And we had a band playing melodic death metal, like Swedish thing. And the harmonies in that is very traditional, like Iron Maiden and stuff like that. The harmonies are by the book. But Dennis and I was like more free thinking. Why do we have to follow any rules? So we just kept trying. And when I was 18, I wrote Dirty Priest with Dennis. And that was, we felt that we found something here. And that's how you do it. You just, try, keep trying.
Yeah.
Find it.
Definitely.
And that's when Carlson came into the picture around that time, right?
Yeah.
And he was like a 12-hour a day dude with his 7-string.
Yeah.
It was almost like you felt like maybe we should call some people, take care of him. It was almost
Get him
like that.
picked up and thrown in a mental institution.
He was living with his parents, and one time I remember because he would get lonely when he was practicing. So he called and he was like, "Hey, you want to come down hang out?" It's like, "Yeah, sure." And he would sit with his guitar and he was like, "Okay, I'm sitting here watching you shred on the guitar." It's like, "What are we doing?" And he was like, "Oh, what? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just hang out." And I remember one time his mom came in with his dinner and he was like, "Yeah, man, boy, am I hungry." And he kept playing, and she put the food down in front of him. And the food went cold. And I was like, "You just said, yeah, I'm really hungry." And he kept playing. Like he couldn't stop. He was like obsessed. It was insane. Yeah. But
I remember I heard of Spawn of Possession through Carlson actually the first time, because he had like back in '99 or 2000, he had like a website where he would play guitar solos over horror movie soundtracks or something. And then he said, and then I read, oh, I have this band Spawn of Possession, and then I heard the Spawn of Possession demos like for the first time, so way before Cabinet actually, but way before I knew you guys in person. So but it was Luke Carlson first actually, because he wrote on some like Jason Becker forum or something for his website. And the stuff was pretty cool.
That's cool. Well, have you guys heard from him recently, or what? I haven't heard his name in a long time.
No, no.
I sent him a link yesterday, and he replied today. It was just a silly thing for a movie he likes, but yeah, no, he's got a family and he's not playing any guitar. I know he actually sold his 7-string not too long ago, and I was kind of part of that because he's trying to sell it a couple of times, and I told him, hold on to it, man. It's been on records and tours and everything. It's like, it's kind of cool to have. But he was like, nah, I don't want to have it. So finally, actually, he sold it to Henrik, who played drums on Incurso. So it's still in the family. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
So yeah, so it was pretty cool. It's a really nice guitar, and he has kept it really well. He was always very, cleaning it and serving it and everything. So it was in real good shape. So I know Henrik has it now. So but he's just the same kind of guy as he was 20 years ago. You know, it's just that we don't see each other that often. He lives in the same town I live. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he was like with the solos. I noticed like when I got to see you guys, he was more on the improvisational side with the solos, right? Was that more? He had some things that were kind of similar to Cabinet, but I remember him just going off like on completely normal solo parts. So I knew the solos like the back of my hand, and I was like, damn, he's like changing it up and doing all this stuff. Like every time I would see like videos of it, he would just throw something else in there, or whatever he was feeling at the time.
Yeah, he was like that, Jonas, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
He loved improvisation. So I think it was only on some Cabinet solos, like the first Dirty Priest solo and in the Conflict. So it was some solos were determined, but the rest of them he just improvised every time, trying new stuff.
I also think that one of the reasons, I'm not sure, but I suspect the fact that where we are in the timeline right now talking, when Jonas and myself and Carlson started to really play and we started to write more seriously after we had Dirty Priest, we practiced a lot as far as I can remember. I mean, because it was so much fun. So we would play at the very minimum 3 times a week, probably like 4 or 5 times a week.
Yeah, 5 times a week.
5 times, yeah. And I think Jonas Carlson, in one way, he is a machine, but on the other hand, he gets bored very easily as a person. Like he needs new stimulation. So I think maybe that improv stuff came out of just repeat it, the repetitive thing of playing the songs over and over. You know, I think he might have felt like, oh, I can't play the same solo every time. I need to do something else. Probably. Yeah.
This is actually a good question. When you guys would practice, did you guys have any covers that you would do on a regular?
We did, but as far as I remember, we always got tired of them.
Yeah, we got super bored really fast. I remember we played Spiritual Crush.
The Spirit Crusher.
Yeah, Spirit Crusher. Yeah.
And we played an Entombed song.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. From one of the first, I forget which one it was. And we also played a slice of Cynic, actually. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
How Could I or something, or Euroborg Forms or something. I forget which one it was. We played some covers, but usually it was always more fun to play our own stuff.
Yeah, it felt like waste of time. Because we already had so much stuff of our own. So why should we play other stuff?
Yeah.
Totally.
They would kind of like in the odious practices and decrepit practices, they would just kind of come out of like Casey starting a beat or someone just playing a riff, and then we'd go and see how far we can get through the cover with no, just out of nowhere as for fun. But I don't think we did a suffocation cover in decrepit, but that's like pretty much.
Yeah, there wasn't really a actual cover song that Odious ever tried to do. Yeah,
we were actually playing a Sappho song. You remember that from Breeding Spawn?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah, there was a song because I think it's common knowledge that the production on that record is kind of campy. And but we realized, we detected like this really great music underneath that carpet of noise. And I remember like there was one song we played, and it's kind of the attitude like, let's make it justice, like to do, people will recognize it and realize how good this song really is. But again, it was probably like that after a few days, it was like, well, how we stopped playing it. It's just every time that happened, and it's no reflection on the bands, it's just the way it was.
Yeah. Was the first official song for you guys Dirty Priest?
Yeah.
Official, yes. There was one song before. Remember that?
Yeah, I have it on tape.
Burn the tape. No.
Yeah,
burn the tape.
No.
Don't do that.
Yeah, it was a terrible song. It was very disjointed, but you can hear what we tried to do.
Yeah.
But it was very disjointed, and we didn't know what we were doing. But I don't
see how you could go from something that as the artist, it always sounds worse. Like if a Super Spawn fan listened to it, they would be excited to see the beginnings, and to go from that to Dirty Priest, I highly doubt it's horrible,
with Dirty Priest, very open up, and I remember that.
So that's like the egg that hatched is Dirty Priest.
Yeah, it was like a gate opened, and we were everything came out of it.
Yeah.
That's trip. That's super cool.
We didn't even think about it. We just, yes, this is it, and we just kept writing. So it was very natural, very organic.
And I'm sure Dennis may have mentioned, so there's going to be some crossover stuff, but did you guys like to write in the studio, or did you guys do your homework at home and then bring it to the jam?
I wrote most of the riffs, and then I brought it to the rehearsal, and sometimes I had maybe 2-3 riffs arranged. And then I had 10 more, and then I just played it for Dennis, and Dennis has a really good sense about arranging. So we would just, what if we took that riff and put it there, So so we did the whole cabinet, and Noctamblant was arranged like that.
Sick.
We can also note, I think I might have talked about this earlier, but just the sheer difference. What was interesting about with cabinets is exactly as Jonas telling it. Like he would come, and I would always have to pry the riff. Like, do you have a new riff? Well, I don't know. Well, come on, do you have a riff? Like, play the riff. Show me the riff. I would nag. Like, and I was so excited every time. Like, come on, I want to hear it. And I was always so good. It was always a standing comment was, well, it's not finished. I don't care. Just play it. I want to hear it. And it was always sick and great. But so that's how we did cabinet. But on in Curso, we didn't have a practice place for a long time because
Noctamblant.
What was that?
You mean Noctamblant?
Oh, Noctamblant. I'm sorry. Yeah. And so we would do. It was kind of interesting. We would do it like more theoretically in what was it, like Power Tab or something?
Yeah, I sent the Power Tab.
Yeah. and we would talk on the phone, and then switch and swap and try stuff, and it was all being very imaginative because there was no drums on it, and I had the drums in my head, I had the vocal patterns in my head. Jonas were like putting in like the harmonies and everything. So if someone just had heard what we played between ourselves, it would have probably not. It was hard to see a song there, maybe. But once we got into the studio, everything was like clockwork. It was pretty cool because we didn't have time. Yeah.
On the Forbidden demo, I'm just looking at the credits and stuff. Who's Mickey Peterson? It says he did backing vocals, or
is
that? Who was that in relation to you guys?
He was there was another local death metal band at this time. This is mid-90s, and they had a vocalist who didn't live here. He lived some other place, but he had a cousin in the band or something. And it turns out that he was a really, really good vocalist. Like, he was a big fan of what's the dude in Malevolent Creation who does those long screams?
I forget his name.
Brett Hoffman?
What was that?
Brett Hoffman? The guy who died?
Yeah, it could be. Well, he always talked about that dude, and he was a big Glenn Benton fan and so on. And he really could do these insane long screams where he would blow out and then suck the air back in and keep the scream momentum going. I've never seen that before or since. He was special. And anyway, I asked him to do one of those screams on the demo. So if you listen on the song on the Forbidden Demo, Dead and Grotesque, I think by the end of that there's a scream that he holds, and that's a real scream. There are no edits or anything, and that was him. And then he played a couple of shows with us, and finally, when we were doing the record of Cabinet, we offered him the spot in the band because that's when we realized, shit, we need a vocalist. We didn't have a vocalist, and he was going to university, and so he declined, and he said, "Nah, I'm doing university thing," And he actually became a star at that. I mean, he has released books, and he's been on television in. I forget what. Do you know what his master is, Jonas? What he studied? It's like folklore and trolls and stuff like that.
Whoa!
Just stepped out for a quick sec.
Yeah. Okay. I forget. Yeah, you can find him online. Like he.
So like he's a fantasy author. Did you say he does?
No. No, I don't think he's a fantasy author. I think he's more like a guy who writes about lore and stories and religions and tales, shit like that. I know he's released at least one book. That's his thing, and he's been on television talking about folklore and witches and shit like that. He was always into the occult, but he was a nice dude. Oh, Brett Hoffman, yeah, that's the guy. Yeah.
The occult's interesting. You can fall down that rabbit hole pretty deep if you really.
Yeah.
He's in a new band playing black and death metal.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, of course.
It was okay. I listened to a couple of songs. It was okay, I think.
So it's probably amazing, right, Dennis? He's like, it's okay. And then
well, it's the same thing with Jonas. When I would say, it's like, because Jonas collected horror films. He had like, I don't know how many horror films did you have, like in the VHS days?
1,200 horror movies.
Damn.
So anytime I was over, or sometimes Jonas would bring horror films, and he would put them in his guitar case, and it's like, hey, there's a movie I don't think you've seen. I was like, yeah, is it good? Nah. Is it scary? And it was like, nah. Come on, I don't like too scary shit. I want to be able to sleep. And Jonas is so desensitized to that. He's seen it all. So
what's your favorite? Like what Joey's asking in the chat. It's probably going to be too hard of a question to ask. But what's your favorite if you had to pick one?
Well, for me, it's I'm always down with the classics. For me, it's like Exorcist or Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Psycho and Alien. I still consider horror film, but I actually saw one that was really disturbing, not too many years ago. That was really fucking disturbing, and it's a French film. It's called Martyrs.
Yeah, that's a really brutal one.
Yeah. Okay.
Martyrs.
Martyrs.
Yeah.
Oh, Martyrs. Oh yeah, dude. I have that. It's horrific, dude.
But the ending is super brilliant.
Super brilliant, and we won't give anything away, but yeah, it's definitely you left with a huge question.
Yeah,
literally the one you've been waiting for. This whole you've been taken through this whole experience, and at the end, you're like, are they just gonna finally give me that little at least treat at the end? Like I get something there, and you get nothing.
I really liked that movie.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I still think about it years later. I still think about it. At least once a week. I think about that movie.
But
I agree, dude. But that's when you watch all those horror films, right? We love the classics. But you've watched so many in our lifetime, and as death metal fans, we hear about it and read about it as well. It's a constant theme that is. So you get desensitized by it, right? But then you come across a Martyrs or even Inside, which is another French horror film.
Is this the one you guys are talking about?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got
That's
it.
the one.
Cool.
Yeah. But listen, it's not for everyone. It's really sadistic.
It is definitely not.
Yeah.
It's
I watched Terrifier 3 last night. It was pretty cool. It's kind of silly. Those movies. But I like it.
Those end up being fun.
I enjoy it.
Those end up being fun, but it's a good gory slasher is always fun,
I like them.
But this is not just a gory slasher, dude.
It's way better. Did you guys see Instance?
Jonas, what is your favorite horror films?
Yeah.
It's same like you, old classics. But I would add Amityville 2, probably. And if we're gonna talk about recent movies, I think Smile. I really liked Smile. Have you seen that?
I haven't actually watched it yet.
Saw the second one recently.
Yeah, I like when it's psychological touch to it, and not just. I really don't like slashes. There are hundreds of slashes, and they are all the same. It's really boring to me. So
it'd be good to hear Jonas and Carrie's brother go back and forth, dude.
Yeah,
he's the director. He did the Retaliators,
he's the writer of the Retaliators.
Oh, the writer. Yeah, not the director, but
the Gear brothers.
Yeah,
they've been actually on for an episode too. We had fun that episode. If you guys want to hear us talk to a guy who's involved in movies. Guys that are involved in movies versus music. Well, I'm sure we talked about music too, but it's Carrie, our great brother, Kerry Gear. His brother is involved in movie magic. Guys, go check it out.
That movie, the Midsummer one. That
I just saw that.
Isn't it good?
I've yet to see that one too. I see. This is my thing too, dude. Is I like to pamper myself, as in watch it on a big TV with surround sound. I don't want to watch anything on my fucking phone. No. David Lynch taught me to never watch a movie on the phone. He gets really upset if you should watch David Lynch talk about it in an interview. He gets fucking pissed.
Did you see that, Jonas? The Midsummer?
No, but I know about it. I'm gonna look at it.
I think it's.
You don't understand. I still have hundreds of horror movies that I haven't watched yet, which I have here, but I haven't watched yet. So I'm going through the list. Do.
Nice.
So I have seen around almost 2,000 horror movies.
Damn, got me beat.
Easily 2,000.
Do you have any trauma videos in that collection, like Toxic Avenger?
I
Terror
think,
Friendly.
yeah, they are funny, but they are very sucky.
Yeah, it's bad. Well, that's the whole point. It's like low budget. I think some of them have like some of the movies that come out of that company are like $5,000 budgets.
Yeah.
They're literally on a camcorder and everybody's eating cheese sandwiches.
Like monster.
Toxic was fun.
Somebody gets a head stomp and it's a melon, and you can totally tell it's just
Right, yeah.
Faucet and I remember those.
What about you, Christian? What kind of horror movies do you like?
I really like late 70s, early 80s Italian horror movies like Lucio Fulci and Dario Argento stuff, like Fulci movies. I mean, they're also kind of bad in the sense that some of they didn't do the whole script because they ran out of time, and you could see they were ripping pages out of the script, and then in the end the movie doesn't make any sense because they put all the money in the effects. But there's a certain surrealism to it, or a certain kind of aesthetics that I really like about these. And I like Dario Argento stuff, like obviously Suspiria and Tenebrae and Deep Red. But I think my favorite horror movie of all time, if it's considered a horror movie or more sci-fi, I don't know, is John Carpenter's The Thing. That's probably my favorite.
Oh, so
I had to choose one. Yeah,
brilliant movie,
dude.
Yeah, that's a good one. I'd have to say like Hellraiser 2 is a pretty good one too. I think.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah.
I just want to say on the Midsummer thing, for anyone who hasn't seen it, like I didn't know what it was, and I was like, it's supposed to be like this horror film. And Jonas, I'm telling you right now, and anyone else here who hasn't seen it, I was laughing so hard. It was so funny. It's a super funny movie. And then I went online, and it didn't make sense to me that people call it a horror film. I mean, obviously it's kind of disturbing, but it's a funny disturbing.
Yeah.
And then I went online, and it turned out, I don't know if this is true. This was on IMDb. It said that when they had showings, like people puked in the aisle and fainted and all that stuff. But when they showed in Sweden, the whole audience was laughing. And because the celebration of Midsummer is a very real thing in Sweden. And this is like an extreme, this movie is like an extreme parody of that. So that's why it's funny. They take it on steroids.
That's why I was curious what you thought.
Yeah, so if you hear someone say like, "Oh, they do Midsummer in Sweden," and it's kind of a cool tradition. You have herring and a lot of booze, and you dance around this pole and all that shit. They're like, it's a family thing. It's really nice. But stuff they do in the movie is retarded. I mean, it's funny. And oh fuck, I want to give you a scene away, but I'm not going to say anything. Just watch it.
Check it out.
That's so funny, dude.
It's like up in a
forest. Now I gotta watch it.
Yeah,
they speak Swedish in it too, like not all the time, but it's
But what's great is that now you've handed me a filter that I'm going to watch that movie through that I wouldn't have had before this episode.
This made Dennis laugh.
Now I'm going to watch it through the Swedish humor filter, dude.
Apparently, what I also read was that this version that was on, I think it was on Prime, maybe Amazon. I saw it, but it's been cut down like 30 or 40 minutes because it was so brutal, so violent, and so this. So I want to watch the extended, the director's cut later on.
Buy that. Yeah,
but just in terms of the story, and I mean, it's original. I mean, they do their own things. So I'll give them that. But there was some things in there. There's a sex scene that was like so fucking funny to me. That some stuff happened in that scene. It was like, what? Like, really?
Oh yeah.
Just watch it. It's funny.
Right.
It's the same director that did Hereditary before that.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, Casey's.
Yeah.
And what was before Hereditary? What else did they do? Or is that what they started with? Was Hereditary?
Yeah.
Sinister is a good movie too. You remember Sinister?
Yeah.
Oh, Sinister. Yeah, that movie was good. I like that movie.
Yeah.
Totally.
And now we're gonna do a remake of the Blair Witch Horror. I heard.
Okay. Really?
Yeah,
I saw that in the theater at an age where that ending was pretty trippy, but now that I watch Blair, again, it's funny.
I thought it was real. That's why.
Well, I think that's why I was more affected by it.
Yeah, it scared the. That has to be the most terrified I've been in a movie because I thought it was recovered tape, and I was like watching a recovered tape, and then I found out it was fake. I'm like, God, you fucking got me, dude. I was completely in. I was like,
it was like the Tyson fight, you know? It's like,
yeah.
I did enjoy the first Paranormal Activity. Probably what made me watch it was to look for Disgorge in the beginning.
Oh,
on the TV.
On the TV.
Maddie Way.
On the TV. Yeah. I remember that.
Right. In the movie, in the beginning, Yep. But isn't Maddie Way involved in horror movies?
Yeah,
too?
Maddie's been involved in film for many years,
Right.
dude. He's he's from the North. Shout out to From the North. I think it's Productions, maybe. Mm-hmm. He's been involved with that. They're like an independent movie making company, and he's been involved with them for. It might even be his. I don't.
Dealing Death, 2002. He did or something. Dealing Death, and then. Or 2022, and then on the 6th day and just before the solstice on 2017 are two movies that he was involved with. But that's IMDb.
Do you guys ever think...
you know how people talk about projects and then they never happen? So me and Maddie at one point, I was hanging out with him and he was like, yeah, dude, you can be in the next like Ghost Hunter thing that we're gonna do. It's in I think he was saying Virginia, maybe? No, not Virginia. I forget where, or Nevada. And he's like, yeah, you can come. And because I was this, skeptic. When we talk about ghosts, I just feel like I've never seen them, dude. I've never known anybody who really has seen any either.
Oh, like a real ghost hunter thing?
Yeah. So
really?
we talked about staying overnight at a house, and that's never you talk about shit, it never actually happens, but it would be in an alternate universe, Maddie and me on a ghost hunting show, dude. That would be hilarious, dude.
You guys believe in ghosts? What do you think?
I don't know. I believe in energies. I think energies are real.
It's hard. When I was a kid, when I was probably 12 or 13 or 14, I saw something that I was not really a believer at the time. I was pretty like, I had to see it to believe it kind of thing. And I just looked out in the dark. I lived in the woods, and I looked out in the dark, and there was like this like white orb, and it just like I looked at it, and it got smaller, and I was like, "Fuck this!" I just completely shut the door real quick. And that always kind of fucked with me because it was real. I mean, to me it was, and it just completely disappeared. Shit. And it was like on the deck outside, so it was like on my deck, and it was like this kind of white energy. I don't know how to explain it. And I looked at it like deeper, and it got smaller, and I was like, "Nope, I'm out of here. I can't. I don't. Unexplainable." But
Bloody Mary used to trip me out as a kid. That it's not like ghost, but that story. And then an older kid told me that she lived in this shack that was above our playground at school. So I'd be trying my best to not face that way because I'd be too scared to look at the shed, dude, because I knew Bloody Mary was in there.
Yeah, I think before we get back on track with some retro questions coming up, I wanted to just, while we're still on the horror movie topic, you were talking earlier, Jonas, about writing or just composing stuff like on the side, and you too, Christian. Like, I feel like you guys could write like rad movie scores. Like, like, do you guys ever have any interest in that, like taking that kind of stuff towards like a score of a film or anything, or like your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I had friends that had those suggestions. But when I write when I feel like it. When I feel I need to. That's the thing. I only write when it's like you want to. It's like a feeling I have something to say. Totally. So I write when I feel I have something to say, and if I don't feel like that, I really don't. I don't write. I don't even touch the guitar. I don't do anything. I do something else, and all of a sudden I get the feeling. So yeah, to that question about having someone ordering me to do something, I don't think that would work.
Yeah, makes sense, dude. I gotcha.
With your playing too, I've always had a question as far as were you very scholastic, or sorry, Jesus, were you studying music, like as far as theory, more on the theory side, or were you kind of just going off feeling and because a lot of those riffs are they're unusual, a lot of the riffs that were coming from the Spawn camp, and I always was just like, where the fuck does he come up with this like stuff? I don't like, I couldn't put my hand or head around it. Was it scholastic? Were you very studious with music theory?
No, I studied classical guitar for like three years, but I was a bad student. Okay, I played the guitar, but all the theory I wasn't that interested in it.
Yeah,
so
totally.
I don't know. I never used theory when I write. So I just get the feeling, I have to do something. It's like butterflies in the stomach.
Yep.
The best way I can describe it. And I feel I really need to do something. So I play the guitar, and that's when I write the stuff.
That's awesome.
The only time I use theory is, let's say, if I write a cookie, and there's a lot of arpeggios and scales in it, and I have to write the bass for it, because I don't want... That's a funny thing. Even if I write a bass line, if I send that to Alan, do you think he will play the bass line? No. He doesn't. He sees all the 16 notes, and I want to play that too, so he plays that too. So that's the only time when I write the bass stuff. Is the only time I use some kind of theory, because if it's arpeggios, it's very easy to see what the chords are and so on. But I never use theory.
By the way, a shout out to Erland. Wish we could have had him on, but he doesn't really do these kinds of things. But always a great performer, great player, and a great dude.
Yeah. So before we forget, I just wanted to have Christian answer my part of the question just about the composing scores of any kind for movies or horror movies or any kind of situation. I feel like you'd be just like Jonas would be like. To me, I would imagine I like to listen to that kind of shit, like the band Survive and Zombie and the guys that do like Steve Moore and like that. I love the old German Tangerine Dream shit and all that. Yeah. And like, I could see you writing incredible shit. Like,
but I kind of see it in the same as Jonas sees it. Like when you're ordered to do something, it becomes very hard. Like when for example, the same thing. If I have to play guitar, then I don't want to. and with writing, it's kind of the same. Like my friend Flo, like the singer in Alkaloid, he's a composer. Like he does all these ordered compositions, for like he composes children's operas, also does like some scoring, all kinds of stuff. And then he has like these deadlines, and he gets the order to compose something. And he said he has to treat this like a job, right? So he starts at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
And the first session goes from 8 until 1, and then you have to write, and then you have to come up with something. And not sure if I could, if I could do that, because I'm kind of like Jonas, like as inspiration when I want to do something. I mean, probably if you do this as a job, you get into the habit. But
so a better question.
Doing that.
Yeah, I think maybe the better question is like, if you guys had no barriers or deadlines or even a project to put that to, it was just completely your own creative timeline, whatever, I would love to hear your compositions regardless. Like, I just think you guys could both write. I'd be on that, dude. Like,
I think Jonas would be a lot better at it than I would be, because he's much better at orchestrating things and stuff like that. I don't really write symphonic stuff or things like that. I'm always like a very guitar centered writer.
but it's like you guys do with the guitars already. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't even matter. Like it's like it can be guitar music. It doesn't. You know, it's just like you guys are already composers. You know what I mean? Like in that sense. You know, and I think people look at you that way. Like you've blown our minds over the years and stuff. And I got to say real quick, and because I want to get back into the retro timeline, but like. I want to say this too, like so Joel, like we've talked about this before, but now that we got you, Jonas, here and everyone's here, Joel is really the person that got us into Spawn. Like, you know, I had just joined Decrepit. It's like 2000. No, I knew about you before that, but Joel was the one. Like, you guys had the songs on the Unique Leader website. There was like the couple tracks. So when it first came out, like we were just like blown away by Cabinet, you know, and like, but like Joel was the one who was like always just like getting everyone into Spawn. Like that was your favorite band. You were like the spokesperson of Spawn, you know, and like it's always been your favorite band, you know.
Yeah.
And it's
I'm not trying to flex, but I came across it in a SOD magazine. That's how I Unique Leaders compilation.
Yeah.
Church of Deviants, I think, was on it.
And then same with Necrophagist. Like I remember Matt when he showed us that first Necrophagist stuff, like, you know, 2004 or something like that. I remember, but like, where that's at least when we heard it. But we always were just like, dude, like Epitaph came out, and we had Spawn stuff like to us, like, and everyone said this for, I mean, all the years we were playing, and all the bands were like, well, the two best bands are obviously Spawn and Necrophagist. Like, that's not a question. Like, we were just like, duh, you know,
that
like
was the bar that was set.
Yeah. And then it was so cool when you guys did Noctambulant and then Christian joined and did that. We were just like, oh fuck, you know, like, so crazy. Yeah. So just to let you know, like that history, and I don't want to like spend too much time. I want to get back to the discussion, but that's to me like just so you guys were such, even though we were all playing in that time, we were a little later, like but around those years, like we just looked up to you guys as like the best bands in death metal really ever. You know, it was like Suffocation, Pearson Within, shit like that before 90s stuff, but like, and then Death and Bands and all these other great bands. But it was just like, fuck, dude, like for the 2000s stuff, you know, you guys just ruled the world. And like, and so, yeah. So how that led
20 years later, I'm still, I have a fucking Spawn of Possession. I have a Spawn of Possession decal on my car. That's the only decal I have on my car. It's like, you know, to me, because I always just felt it was this piece of gold that no one really, but it wasn't really talked about really as much in kind of like the more popular death metal circles. And then I was like this, everyone has to hear this. This has to like, this is ridiculous. Like this, and it's still like Casey says, that's setting the bar at the time. It's still, to me, the bar is still being held by, you know,
dude, I said like, setting the bar. Yeah, it's the bar that you still are trying to achieve, I guess.
And I did what Dennis did too. I did exactly the same thing with Cabinet, is where I just kept that CD in my car for like 9 months or something. Like it's whenever I drove, that was the CD I listened to. It was just like, I just had every change, everything like on my steering wheel. I had it all locked in when everything was going to come in. I would do a little like, you know, like little motions for like riffs and stuff. And yeah, it was, I mean, it's kind of a weird experience today, because it's just like waking up, getting up and just talking to all you guys. It's like, and it's totally mellow because we've done this podcast a million times, but I just had to Casey kind of brought it down to like, this is insane that what I'm doing. It's like talking to the childhood,
we are
the heroes, childhood heroes, you know,
all in one chat, dude. It's definitely crazy. I'm thinking about
that's really cool of you guys. Thank you so much.
I'm thinking about being on the beach in Cabo. Most people are listening to reggae music or something, and I got Necrophagist in my ears. Christian solos while I'm looking at Paradise.
But it's interesting because I always feel like that kind of stuff when it started out, or when it came out in Europe, it wasn't really a big thing yet in the beginning. If you think back like 2003, 2004, for Necro and Spawn, there wasn't really the hype like it was in the US. Like I think it started being hyped in the US first, even though it was European bands, you know. But in Europe, it was a couple of years later until people woke up to the fact that there's like something new happening, you know. So like I don't know how it's in Sweden, but in Germany it's always like they need to see first things get traction somewhere else, and like, okay, now it's accepted to get into that stuff. People talk about it. I felt like in America people talked about Spawn and Necro way earlier than in Europe.
In Sweden, it first of all, I can just say that, I mean, it's not by chance that Swedish, like traditionally Swedish death metal, is way more simplistic and basic. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Spawn Obsession in general is not like what Swedes sort of get into. We that's what we knew. Now we've been proven wrong because we have a lot of fans in Sweden, as it turns out. When we play those, like a lot of people come out and because it doesn't ring well with the Swedish mentality to to sort of be over the top with something and be like we always called this stuff for US death metal. To us, it was American style death metal because the Americans was like they had the fastest drummers and was shredding guitars, like everything was like over the top. It's like fuck you. We are.
Yeah,
really
I wonder how many people heard that Spawn of Possession was a Swedish band or Swedish death metal band, and then they were expecting something like At the Gates or something, and then they end up stumbling across Cabinet. Yeah. And then you think about, would they be turned off by it, or would it open up something new for them?
Yeah, that's hard to say. I mean, we definitely. I mean, I remember we played some small clubs and stuff in Gothenburg, and we always had a great turnout. And it was always a big mosh going and stuff, and we would hang out with all these bands and these people. But I always felt like, oh, that's just friends and stuff. I don't know if there's fans out there, but again, like over the years, people have been writing and stuff like that, and just expressing how much they got into Cabinet or Camberlin or whatever. So there's definitely, I think, times change too, and for us, like you say that we were like, for us, I remember stepping into the Deeds of Flesh rehearsal place when we got over to California to do the tour, and I'd heard about this, but I'd forgotten about it. And it was like, hey, come on, hang out. It's like, yeah, where are we going? I was just going to check something out. And then we're going to this rehearsal place, like, oh, nice setup. And Mike was like, yeah, get behind the drums, dude. Like, fill out my drums. And then they were just arms crossed and like, okay, play. You remember that? When we had to play for the Deeds dudes?
Yeah.
And we
was that at the ranch?
At the ranch, like jet lag and hungover and all those things. It's like, no, we're not going to play. And there was like Eric and Jacoby and like all those dudes was like standing over us, and because it was such a small space, it was like almost like a little jail cell. And they were like hovering over us, like, okay, go. Now you can play, like watching everything. That was like,
dude.
Like, we need to witness it in person immediately.
Yeah,
Casey, we had to deal with that, Casey. When we got on our first big tour with Decrepit with the Black Dahlia murder, we showed up to Rochester for the first show, and then it was just the whole band, Black Dahlia. We're still kind of rookies with touring at this time. We've done like one tour before this, and then like a couple mini tours, and so we're kind of like, this is like the big deal, sold out show, all this stuff's going on. And it's just Black Dahlia standing in a line with our arms crossed and just like, all right, we brought you here. Go ahead and like give us a sound check. And I remember I was just like, I'm definitely turning my back to them because I'm like freaking the fuck out. And they're just sitting there and I looked a little bit and they're like into it. I'm like, all right, this is. But I remember just how nervous that was. Like, all right, now we brought you here. Now go. Show us what you got.
I think I had my cherry popped the first time we had to open for Suffocation, and I was just like, "Oh my god!"
Oh yeah.
Just Frank, just like standing there, and I was like, "Oh fuck, dude!" Like, play like 10 beats per minute faster and everything, like or something, like because you're just so nervous. Like, fuck. I wish we had click tracks back then. Damn.
Yeah.
But I mean, people did. I didn't. but
hey, I just want to give. I got a message from Mank, who produced the Retro, nice. And he sends his love and regards and respects and all that stuff. And just want to say
sick,
hi.
Dude.
Nice.
Yeah, he's busy. I was having
did a killer job with it, dude.
Yeah, he did all the Spawn Obsession stuff and now the Retro. So he was nice. Stoked that we were getting. He's kind of, I don't think he's watching it right now, but he's definitely going to watch it later. He was busy.
Right on.
Was he the one that was in that? What was that, like something Pig Studio? Something Pig Studios?
No. Well, that was no. The studio we always record in was Palma Studios. Was it called? Yeah, down here in the south of Sweden. The Flat Pig Studios was
yeah,
it was a friend, Rob Arling, who runs another studio, but it's further away. And Rob is a guitar player and he sings in a band called Origin Blood, and been doing it forever. And when we were doing Cabinet, he was a Spawn fan. And when we were doing Cabinet, I asked him, because like Jonas said, we were talking about like, what guitar sound do we want? And we would listen to all these Morris Sound recordings and all these bands. And it was like, I don't know, we didn't know where to go. So I called Rob and I said, do you want to help us? And he said, yeah, Traxxas. I remember he was so, and he said, I have one. I have the cabinet and I have the stuff you need. So he came up with his brother. And do you remember that, Jonas, when we were out in Salt Island studio?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
We just plugged in the amp and it was ready.
Yeah. It was like perfect.
But the studio didn't even have a toilet. I remember that. So we had to run out to the beach because we had, like, I don't know what you call it in English. It's like a really simple toilet. Yes,
porta potty or something.
Porta potty, we call them.
Porta potty.
Yeah, it's like a shed,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we went there. I remember.
House.
Brutal.
So it's funny. I actually even remember 2004, 2003, 2004, something like that. I emailed Rob and was like, I was like, what's up with that guitar tone? How did you get that guitar tone? And I remember him just being very simple, just saying about the using less distortion to get the clarity of the notes and stuff like that. And I was like, and he was kind of the first one I had someone that I respected a tone and just was like, I need to send an email, and he responded right away and was like, yeah, it's just this Triaxis amp, very low distortion, try to be as low as you can. And I was like, from then on I was like, fuck, it kind of fucked up my whole world at the time, because at the time I had like a Metal Zone or something, I might have had my first like Mesa Boogie amp or something, but I was just always just cranking the gain, and that kind of like sent me down that path. It's very cool.
I see a question. I just want to respond to this. It's a question from Joey. He's been busy here, I see. Hey, Joey, what's up? Yeah, that one. You got the tracks from Ola Englund for Cabinet, right? No. The Triaxis, but he's got a point. The Triaxis came from Rob.
Okay.
And then Carlson went out and bought his own Triaxis after that,
Gotcha.
Which we wanted to have on tours and stuff later on. And we used that on Noctambulant. And then, if I'm not mistaken, he sold that Triaxis to Ola Englund.
Oh, okay.
Ola Englund, I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, but he's the guitar guy on YouTube, right?
Yeah. Plays the Haunted and stuff.
Yeah, and I think he was a big Spawn fan, and he bought it off Carlson. I think it could have been the other way around. Maybe Carlson bought his from Ola. I'm not sure, but I think I don't know. I think, but there was some connection. But the Cabinet one came from Rob for sure.
Gotcha.
Very cool. Very
let's steer it towards.
Well, perfect. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Anthony. I'm on the same trajectory. I was going to say something about pulling it back to Retromorphosis. I know that I've heard it in people who have heard it and said this to me, and like it kind of has a Cabinet vibe a little bit in there. It kind of pulls back to that Cabinet sound, as far as, obviously it's a different thing. It's not Spawn, but like, do you have anything to like elaborate on that? Just kind of like how like the writing relates to stuff that's,
I can do that. When I started writing the album, I was thinking, really, it's not that I want to go back in time, but the music I was listening to at that time, new bands that playing old school death metal style. Just listening to that brought me back to why I why I liked death metal from the start. So I started to write like that because I got hooked on it. So I see Retro is like it's almost like a prequel to Spawn. That's how I.
Oh, that's sick.
That's how I see it.
Interesting.
So
Okay.
my plan is to write 3 albums with Retro.
Cool.
We can, of course, we can write more, but like 3 albums building up to Cabinet. That's how almost like like movies.
Yeah.
So the third album would be probably be very, very much like Cabinet. So next album will be more experimental, and the next one would be very much in Cabinet style.
Nice.
That's my take on it.
Yeah. Oh, that's fucking cool, dude. I love
Super
that because
cool.
I think for me, like, it's really hard for me to decide what's my favorite Spawn stuff, like, because they're all so sick in different ways. And when Noctambulate came out, I was like, holy shit, dude! Like, you're always doing something new. And then, like, on I'm sorry, yeah, Noctambulate and then Curso, I also felt that way. But like Noctambulate, dude, Scorched and all that, just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, but like I just love the balance of like everything on Cabinet. It's like I just can't help but just that's like my favorite album ever, dude. Like it's like
we spent so much time on crafting those songs. We rehearsed those songs for years and years. So that's why they evolved over time. So we changed them. Like A Presence Inexplicable was completely different.
Yeah.
Do you remember that, Dennis?
Yeah.
Carlson had his super weird riffs in it, and we played those riffs for many years, and they were so crazy. It was like fast skate. It was, what the fuck are we doing? So one day,
was that the seven technique riff?
Yeah, I think so.
He had 7 techniques. It was a sweep and a picking, and everything was in super speed. It was when we laughed when he was playing it. We started laughing. We thought it was a joke, but it sounded kind of cool. It sounded fun. We tried to play it.
Oh yeah,
the 7 technique riff, we called it.
Yes, but before we did the album, me and Dennis, we rewrote the whole song. So the first version of A Presence is very different from the album one, because the first one was way too nutty. That's also, because the riffs were way too crazy.
Also, Spawn of Possession, there was no cookie in that. Remember?
Yeah, that's true.
Much more linear. Well, it's on the demo.
Yeah.
The original. And then Jonas said, well, and I remember I got fucked because we rewrote it and you put in this cookie and it was perfect. And then I was going to do the vocals for Cabinet, and I forgotten about it. So now we switched parts around, so the lyrics didn't make any sense. So I had to stay up during the night and rewrite and add lyrics to it because the whole song, the shape was rearranged, But it worked out.
Damn, yeah.
God, I want that demo so bad. I want the physical copy of that demo. So there's nowhere to get them, right?
If you find the demos, just throw them in the garbage. I can't listen. I think the church demo is you can listen to it if you are really drunk, but the first demo, no.
I was just about to say one of my prized possessions is the Forbidden demo. I came across that, and
There's a thing about the demo. I don't know if you, Jonas, I'm sure you remember this, but I remember we were always into Hans Rudi Giger, the guy who designed Alien and that stuff. And we heard of some artists who did all kinds of crazy stuff, and we said we asked him hey, can you do a cover for the a forbidden demo.
Yeah.
And you remember, and he was like, yeah. And he got like $50 and he made something like, and he was real painting. It was like painted on some oil base or whatever. And we got it and it was like, yeah, cool. And we got it scanned and everything. And then Jonas says, if you find it online, you can't unsee it. And he was like,
pull it up, dude.
And he goes, Jonas goes, look, that's an anus. And he puts you remember that?
Dude, we've been plagued by the anus, dude. The anus pops up on a couple of album covers.
Pulsating anus, you know? It's like, what the fuck? You put that on our demo cover. We're going to ship this to labels and stuff.
There's a draft version of Odious's Cryptic Implosion, and if you look at that album, just know wherever everything's getting sucked into used to look very much like
it was like a
butthole.
It was we had to reach out to Par Olofsson and be like, can you like fill that hole with something?
I mean, there's even like the rings, dude. The rings going in were the lines, dude.
Yeah,
the balloon knot.
And it's one thing you might not know about the Forbidden demo. It wasn't released like a demo. It was released like an EP because it was released under a label.
Mm-hmm.
That just makes everything so much worse.
Yeah. I mean, it was a legit like professional press. Had the whole booklet and silver style CD.
This question's been asked a couple times, and I'm not really privy to it. The colors on the album covers correspond to the dominant colors you see when you're writing the music. I've seen this question twice. Is that a thing?
I know what that is.
That's a really we haven't talked about that. When I write music, it's not only when I write music, but when I listen to music, I see everything in colors.
Synesthesia.
Yeah.
That's a word for it. I know that because I listened to a podcast maybe 3 years ago, and there was one guy on that podcast, and he talked. I was so taken aback by it because how he described how he listened to music, how he what do you say? What he feels
experience it. How you
experience when he listens to music, or it's not only music, it's like words, days, months, names, everything has a color.
Yeah.
So when I write, if I have a lot of red riffs, I put them in one folder. If I have a lot of blue riffs, I put those in one folder. So I work like that. So I put everything in different folders, and some songs are blue, some are red, and so on.
True.
Wow.
That's been super important for me because I use that when I arrange the songs. Because that's what I have been doing for the last 2 albums. When Dennis was in the band, I really didn't have to think about that because he was, he could take riffs, whatever, and put them in. I was super skeptical, Oh, I don't know because I see a different color.
Mm-hmm.
And it was okay, and we tried, and it worked out.
Wow, that's really cool.
The color thing is super important, and like I say, I listen to Odious Mortem, and I can tell you it's black, and it's a thick orange line, and above it it's a yellow line. It's very close to Suffocation. Is it?
Dang.
The image I get in my head.
Damn.
That's crazy, dude. I've never heard somebody explaining what our music looks like. But there's actually different forms, like you were saying. It's not just with hearing. People, textural things happen with numbers with people. I've read something about a person who can explain the different, like the number 9's hairy and chrome.
Yeah, that
hairy.
one mathematician guy. There's a cool special on YouTube called "The Boy with the Golden Brain," and he like has the world record for he can get pi down to 50,000 decimal places, like 50,000 numbers, and he just sits there, all these mathematicians around him, and he's just sitting there like this and just reading. He's like 7, 8, 3, 2, like all, and he gets all of them right, and then he memorized them. But for him, when he sees two numbers, like and they tested it, they had him use clay and they did it multiple times to see if it was correct. Like he has a kind of a shape for each number, and all he does to get the answer is, this is what he says, and he had a really crazy seizure when he was young. So, and this happened after that seizure. But he just takes those two shapes and then he combines them and he gets the answer. Like he doesn't even do the math. He's claiming he doesn't do the math. He just has these shapes and he goes like, all right, that's the answer, and just reads the shape number relation. I'm like,
bananas,
insane. Yeah.
I just gotta say, Jonas, do you remember? Because we talked about colors long ago, like even before Spawn.
Yeah.
And I remember one time it was so funny because we had a song with the band before Spawn that was called in Swedish, but we called it The Statue. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I just blurted out like, this is a really, I forget what colors are now. I think it was like white or something. And I remember you were like, you started like, yeah, that's exactly what I see. You remember that?
Yeah, I think you have that too, because I remember you described Morbid Angel Covenant.
Yeah.
You said it looks rusty. It's like a rusty color to it. So I think you have the same thing.
Casey, did you hear?
I'm colorblind. I can't see shit, dude.
Did you hear? Did you hear Jonas explain?
I heard everything, and I got my
You
AirPods.
heard the Odious Mortem, what we look like?
I thought that was really cool. Yeah, and I heard it all.
Super cool.
Fucking really
Sick,
interesting.
dude.
But I also remember like we pretty much never had any arguments when it came to arranging stuff.
No.
I always felt we were very connected, and like if you had an idea, we tried it. What about this? What about that? It was like we always knew. Both of us knew when it was like, oh yeah, that's it. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree, and I would say you are way more daring than I am, because I want to put all the riffs that are of the same color in same song, but you are a little bit. Let's say you have a red song with a lot of black in. You could say, why don't we try this riff?
Right.
And that riff might be rusty, as I said, or like reddish brown, and that works pretty well with red. So it works, but I'm really afraid to go out.
I understand.
Yeah.
Well, so if you do incorporate some different thing, it has to correlate with it on the color scheme of the piece. You couldn't throw like if you threw a yellow into a red song, what would that make you feel like?
Oh, that's the worst example ever, because I have a song that turned yellow, and that's what it's called. It's on in curse, so it's spiritual deception. Yes.
Don't ever mix my ketchup with my mustard type thing, dude.
That song was read all the way to the cookie, and when the cookie begins, it's still red because it's two themes, because it's two people talking to each other. So the first person is still red, but when the second melody starts, it's a yellow color. And now I only see the yellow.
Yeah.
Because the yellow kind of like a plague over all of. So that song is fucking yellow now. It was red from the beginning.
It gets
hilarious.
hijacked by yellow, and you don't like that because you followed the cookie.
I
in
don't
red.
like that. So
I'm getting it, dude.
So I'm kind of. I don't dislike the result, but I'm kind of disappointed.
Yeah,
dude, I do it. I don't think of, because I'm not completely colorblind, but I'm like, I have certain colors that I am colorblind to. For me, it's almost like I always like talk about, like, I'm always like, oh, when some band does something that they mix a thing, or I think it's cheesy, like with, or it just doesn't mesh very well. I always say like that's like mustard and ice cream.
Yeah.
So like maybe I think of like, you know, the taste, and I'm
It's
like
more flavor.
kind of deal.
I'm open-minded, but sometimes it's just like,
Yeah, I know what
there's
you mean.
flavor.
Yeah, what color's the Metallica's Black album to you?
Black.
I love that, dude. And then follow it up with the Beatles' White Album.
I don't know. The Black album to me, it's just gray. The whole album is just gray. I think it's super boring.
Kind of boring, yeah. Especially after Injustice for All. Like,
I remember that. So I really remember when they released the Enter Sandman, and it came up on MTV. I have never been so disappointed.
Yeah, that's
it
cheesy.
was probably one of the worst moments in metal ever. I think that's album.
That's so funny. So what would like the?
I think it's not a good album at all. I don't think so.
It's great production. It's just
it's very, very bland, very mediocre, and I don't like any of it.
Jonas, also, there's a couple of things I have to say about that, because it was also like Jonas said before, like we were this little group of like who listened to, you know, Master Puppets and fucking DSI, whatever it was. And when Metallica came with the Black Album, of course, you know, everybody became a Metallica fan. And it's like, really, do you know Creeping Death? You know, Jumping to the Fire?
Yeah.
Fuck you. You know, it was kind of like that.
The jig's up, now the cat's out the bag type situation.
Yeah. You know what I mean? That sort of plays into it. And this was the same people who would listen to some, you know, Sweet Child of Mine with Guns N' Roses or something. You know, it was like, no. So that sort of plays into it. But also, I was thinking about the stuff about writing music that you said, Jonas, that I would take more risks with writing, and I think that's true. But also, you know how my brain works. I'm obviously, because I've been playing drums for many years, I always had a drumming perspective on it, and to some extent a vocal perspective. And I think for you were more loyal to the colors than I ever was, because sometimes it was almost like a beat change, you know, dominated my opinion, if that makes sense. Like I knew that the switch in the drums would be so good, it would, no matter if the riff locked in well or not, it would still be such a great part. And sometimes that was true. Sometimes it really worked like that. But then, like you said, I would have to take more chances.
Working with Jonas, did you start to understand his color language and know why things were red or why things were blue?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. But at the same, like, just like what I was talking about is, like, Jonas is very he's extremely creative. He's one of the most creative people I know, but he's also very conservative, and that's kind of hard to break down. But so Jonas would totally take risks with the riffs, but when it came to arrangement, he would be more delicate and more like, hey, wait, take it easy, you know. Whereas that's where I would be more creative, and I think and like Jonas said, take more chances with it. But like I said, also, there was never any, I always felt we totally agreed with what we wrote in Spawn.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, there was never any like harsh attitude, never. Like I just knew.
It was you and me and the other guys who was just watching. Yeah, that's great. It was, we did all the thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking like way back, you know.
Yeah.
And it's Erlen is not with doing the pod with us tonight, and just a shout out to Erlen. Like the stuff he made for Retro is fucking insane. Like he is top of the line bass fucking
100%.
dude. He's amazing.
He has always been that guy. When we toured
Yeah.
with him, he was already just so talented and showed us some other projects that he had been involved with before that, and it was always exceptional, you know, and it just keeps progressing with that dude. I just watch him do the stuff he did with Igor and all this crazy stuff. You're just like, man, this guy can do anything.
Anything
And the
he
funny
wants.
thing, the reason also I bring him up is because when we were doing Retro, we talked, and it was like me and Jonas talked about the bass and all that stuff. And finally it was like, well, let's talk to Erlen. And I took it upon me to write to Erlen and just like, hey man, we're doing this Retro thing, and you want to do the bass? It's like, would be awesome and stuff. And Erlen, I just remember, he basically said like, oh man, it's a stretch. It's going to be so brutal to do this, because every time he wrote me, it's like every time Jonas comes up with something, it's like torture. It's going to be pain. But he also knew, even before he even heard it, he said, but it's Jonas, and I know it's going to be really good stuff.
Yeah,
like
good.
Really, it's going to be so good. Like he just knew. And I think that's the key, you know. As long as you have like strong good material, and Jonas has tons of integrity. He's not going to play anything he doesn't like. He's just not. He's not going to follow any trends. I guarantee you that.
I mean, when you brought up the project to me, like I hadn't heard any of it, and I was just like, oh, I know it's going to be great. So yes, like I'm kidding me, dude. Like, and I feel like Christian probably feels the same way. You're just like, ah, dude, this is gonna. It can't be bad.
Yeah, even if Jonas would write a Depeche Mode album, I would like it. It's definitely.
Well, shit, guys, I actually have to take off, but I didn't want to Irish goodbye because this panel's so prestigious to me. So
Irish goodbye to Retromorphosis.
Yeah, I didn't want to do the. Yeah, I can't do that to Retromorphosis. And I put I put this on there. Everyone check this album out. But you guys continue talking. Thank you guys very much for coming on. Love you guys. Keep in touch.
Later, brother.
Joel.
Thanks, man.
Peace, brother.
See you guys.
Yeah, I can hang in for a little bit longer, but I do need to cut out pretty soon. But yeah, if we want to totally let we could talk about. I mean, I love hearing Jonas talking about it. You know, having ideas for a trilogy for this project too, because this first one is so exciting. I can't wait to hear, you know, the following stuff whenever it comes. You know.
Yeah, but firstly, I want to say that I'm super thankful that Christian could come in so late into the band and do solos.
Hell yeah! Shout out.
Yeah, because I had a Swedish guitarist. He's really good, and he did some solos on my demos, and I was why don't you do? You know, you can do the whole album. So I sent him all the songs, and he was completely freaked out by it. This is too much.
What?
Oh. Yeah, it was just, it's too much. I have to go to Tokyo because I have a gig. You know, we had a very small time frame, and he was freaked out. So I'm super happy that Christian joined the band. in the last.
It was my pleasure. I mean,
Definitely.
I heard the demos and I already was like, man, because I always loved Spawn, so I'm a big fan, and that's why it was easy for me.
I thought about you from the beginning, but I thought, this project is probably too inferior because you are big rock star and everything. I was no, Christian, I want to do this. So
He's the rock star in the middle of the living room, It's
Yeah, exactly.
That is true. What Jonas is talking about, because when we first talked about it, and that's what I meant by minimalistic. If I'm not, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Jonas, but I remember when we talked about it, and exactly the whole trilogy leading up to Cabinet. This was like in another dimension, like a precursor to what was to come. Everything. It was a really cool idea that I totally bought into, but there was also like in the very early beginning, it was like, I believe you were going to play some solos, Jonas, if I'm not mistaken, and it was and I have been playing bass for a few years now. So Jonas like, you should play the bass, and the reason for all this was not like a reflection on Christian or Erlen or anybody on the input on Incurso. This was probably just because we felt this was going to be more like underground and a sidestep from Spawn. So we didn't want to. Let's do this, and maybe we'll do a Spawn obsession in the future, and we'll call everybody into the camp. But when I heard the bass, the songs, and I realized the bass, was like, well, maybe we should call Erlen instead. And Erlen was like, fuck yeah. And then, of course, Christian, it was like when that thing happened, it was like, let's just write Christian. We got to get him back. He's incredible. And it's always like all these dudes can fucking play. It's like Casey and Christian, like everyone.
I was just about to say, Casey, I have to give you some more love. I was adding Casey to the fold. Really makes this like a really super group for the tech death community that throughout the last 2 decades, really is like all your contributions over the last 20 years. And some of the greatest stuff that people talk about still to this day. Newer generations come across it and still see it in high regard, so seeing you guys come together and make something happen like this, it's going to be a big bombshell when it finally gets dropped, dude. And I can't wait for the next single. Can you guys divulge that information or no, when that's going to come out?
Which
I don't know.
You don't know. It's just it's on the label now. However,
I would just say what's been announced so far, and like we have the release date on the 21st of February, and anything that happens in between that time, we'll see. But it's we know the album's coming out then, so just that's. I don't know, Dennis, if you want to add anything. I would just.
No, I don't. I just know we're the label wants to announce shit firsthand. And I don't know what they have announced, so I'm just going to be quiet.
Exactly.
I don't know.
It's all good.
Yeah,
I'm glad that we have what we have so far, dude. And
I was stoked on the video that they made. That was kind of cool. Like, I don't know how they did that or how the process was for that, but that visualizer video, I was like, this is tripped out, dude. It's like like cool. Like I thought it was fun. I like it. I don't know. So. That was kind of cool. People were asking earlier about like music videos and playthroughs and stuff, and I guess I don't know if you have any answers to that, Dennis. Or
dude. I can talk about this. I was down in Palma Studios the other day. Actually, did some special work, and nice. I was talking to Mac, the producer who did Retro. And I told him that it would be nice if we could get the clean files, because I know Casey, you wanted to do a drum thing, and so basically having the files without the drums.
Yeah, or just the stamps would be great because then we could
Yeah,
do, like,
exactly. And I know, Christian, you wanted to do some stuff, and I told him about this, and he said it was doable, and he could probably do that, so people can get a sort of a taste what's going on the record. But when and where and all that stuff, I don't know.
Yeah, totally.
So he just said we could. It was doable, but that's
you guys could do like a studio footage type music video for
Yeah.
songs and shit. Everybody just records their parts on their own.
We could even do like a split screen playthrough where everybody plays their parts into like a 4-screen kind of thing.
I was just gonna say, the rock star in the living room, like, the elephant here, dude. Your playthrough videos, Christian, have been so fucking badass.
But I'm so lazy with them. Like I'm so bad with making videos. It's like my friend Justin, the other guitar player in Eternity's End. He's really good with the video stuff. And when I did my Necrophages video, of course, I just went to his place because he has all the cameras, and I only had to play. He did all the editing. And nowadays, when I do playthroughs, it's kind of the same. I just sent him what I recorded, and I'm like, I do with it whatever you want, and then he makes it look good somehow, because I like to play and stuff like that, but setting up the camera and then making it look good, and then I have to do a million takes, and then maybe I played it good, but then it looks like shit, or it's the other way around,
It's annoying.
Play very good or whatever, and it's so it's just a video of like a minute, but for me sometimes it's like it's
time consuming,
And,
dude, it's so nice to just be a musician and be able to just like go do your thing and let someone else take care of all the either recording or filming. It's amazing.
I feel it's a generation thing, like these younger guys, like Houston is like 10 years younger than me, and they already grow up in this kind of time where the video stuff as a musician is just as important as playing an instrument and recording software, and they already grow into that, I feel, and for them it's easy, that's why this Instagram stuff comes easy to them, and
sure.
The reason, and those people, I mean, they post like videos on Instagram 3 times a week or sometimes every day, because for them it's like just and they have the video. For me, it's just like takes the whole day or 2 days, and it takes so much energy away from creative stuff, and it's like,
yours are like what everyone, dude. When you started doing that, I was like, this is what we need. This is what I want. This is what we need. It looks so rad. Your guitar, like with the whatever, the like lightning all over it or whatever. That's, dude.
Yeah.
Everything, dude, just looks so sick and sounds so good. Like,
I think I haven't done a video in a long time actually. So it's just
oh really? Okay. Are you still doing lessons? Someone was asking.
Yeah. Still doing lessons. So people.
How do people hit you up for?
We should have plugged that up top, dude.
Instagram or Facebook. Just write me on Instagram or Facebook direct message, and then I'll get back with all the conditions.
I feel bad. We should have done that in the plug section up top too. But
Christian, I was just thinking about something. We were talking about when we're doing press, and if we're going to do interviews for Retro, and you said I don't know anything, Well,
that's the thing. I mean, because I wasn't really involved in.
But wait. When we did Incurso, I did tons of interviews, and I swear to you, like at least a third of the question for each like questionnaire was about Christian. Like, well, what about Christian on this album? It was albums I didn't even know about. I just realized you're a big deal. You're a fucking cool, man.
Dude,
that's what people think, but it's not really true.
It is in our circle.
It is true. It's true. Come on.
Yeah.
In our world, you are definitely a big deal, dude.
I just did a lot of stuff, but I don't really think I think there's a million players who are better than me. It's just I did a lot of stuff, and so I think I did so much stuff that people can't really get away from it. So someone's gonna come across something.
One thing, but being
but what you do is good. You do good stuff. That's
that's what I was gonna say. Being skill's one thing, but having so many memorable musical projects that you
but I guess I was also lucky in a sense. I got together with people who did something great, like Jonas or Mohammed back in the day. Always people with a very strong vision. So obviously I like to think that I brought my own style or voice to it, or my thing.
You make it great,
but especially in case of Retro or Spawn or Necrophages, that the main I'm not the main guy, It's just
for sure.
I like the stuff, and I got in. I mean, what I can say is with a lot of that stuff, I liked it and was into it before everybody else was. So when it was still underground, I already liked it and was like, these people have something to offer, and probably if I get together with the stuff that I can contribute to it, that's kind of how it went.
A good question to ask that I guess I've had this question before too is just how the crop. I mean, I did that tour with Necrophagus, and with Decrepit and Summer Slaughter or whatever. But like, how was it like you guys like back in the day? Like, how would like obviously Necrophagus knew about Spawn Possession and shit. Like,
I knew both bands. Yeah, I knew both bands before many years before I even was in Necro. Like I knew both Necrophagist and Spawn of Possession. I think I heard Necrophagist the first time in '99 because they were on a sampler demo. Their demo was on the same sampler like a Defeated Sanity demo, and that was shortly after I had joined Defeated Sanity. Then I found out about Spawn of Possession through Carlson's website, and I think this was a year later. Because there was like a Jason Becker guitar forum or something I was writing on in 2000, and Jonas Carlson was writing there. And he had this website, like I said, with the horror movie soundtracks. I would play solos over it, and I was like, "This is a link to my band." Right. And I really liked the stuff. And I remember it was in 2000 when I was still Defeated. I was like showing the guys Spawn of Possession stuff, and like, hey, look out for that band. And then everybody was waiting for the album, and it took like that. Then came out, I think a year before Epitaph. So I was already in Necrophagist when Cabinet came out, but I don't think we knew each other. Like personally, I don't think we knew each other personally.
I was I think I talked about this on the last podcast, but I've heard it's funny. There's a Swedish like super old school band called Deranged, who's been around forever, like zombie sort of death. And those I'm friends with Richard in that band, and he was very supportive of Spawn in the demo. He likes the demo things and all that. And then we talked on the phone, and he'd just come home from a tour, and he said there was this band from Germany I think you would have liked, called Necrophagist. And this must have been in maybe in 2000 or something, 2001 maybe. And he called me and talked about that, and he said, "You'll love them." And I checked them out online, and sure enough, I heard some songs that were online, and it was sick. And I wrote Muhammad, and we did a trade. So he sent me whatever they had released, and this was before Epitaph. And I remember I sent him the 2 demos that we had made. So it must have been like in 2001 or 2.
Yeah, it was around the time I joined.
Yeah, we had some cordial emailing back and forth, and that was it, like as it goes. So I never thought of it anymore after that, And then the only time I heard about it was when I was pitching the Church of Deviants. I remember at the time I was in touch with a dude at Relapse, and he said, "We have one spot, and right now it's going to Necrophagist. They're going to get that spot, because they were before us or something." I forget it. That's the only. I just remember it vaguely, and so we went with Unique Leader.
Yeah, that was a very anticipatory time.
Wait, for Cabinet you talking about, or later?
Yeah.
Oh wow! So back then, even damn.
Yeah, because there was the CDR Church of Deviants demos that you guys put together. That's what you sent to labels.
Yeah, and the dude at I lost it. What's the name of the label?
Relapse. He was a fan of the tech stuff, and I think his attitude was, "This is going to happen. This is going to be like the next thing." But people don't know this yet. But I know. But I already made a verbal agreement with Necro. I think that was the incentive, and so he said, "I'm sorry. Maybe go." He basically said, "Go do a record with some other label, and next time around, we'll do it." And funny enough, it happened on Incurso. We released it with those guys, but I don't think that was any connection to that conversation. But so that we actually had a little thing there. I spoke to Muhammad about the tech stuff.
Interesting.
But yeah.
Right on.
Really interesting.
Well,
It's fucking rad.
dudes,
You guys go, Anthony?
What? Yeah, I gotta cut out. You guys can keep going if you guys want to keep going. Wrap it up as a band, or
sure, whatever's cool.
Yeah.
I'm down to keep going if you guys want to.
I can go for a little while.
right on.
Yeah, I got
do it.
like
Dude.
maybe 20 more minutes or something.
Yeah, it's all good.
Cool, yeah. All right. Well, love you guys, everybody listening. Love you guys here on the pod with me. Thank you so much for coming on, Jonas. It was nice to chat with you, dude. You're welcome to come back on whenever you want again, dude. We can, maybe later on down the road after the album's out, we can come on and talk about concepts and stuff.
I'm gonna
like
run
that.
to the bathroom super fast. I'll be
Go
back.
for it. Yeah. Go for it.
I'm doing
But
it.
yeah.
If I'm drunk, yes.
That's usually me actually on Thursday nights, dude. Doing these Saturday midday ones, I can't get hammered because I still got to be a dad for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
But on Thursday nights, I go for it on the pod. It's pretty. It's kind of
okay. Yes.
gone hand in hand, and unfortunately, sometimes you're like, man, I'm drinking too much beer, but it just goes so well with conversation, dude. Us on the pod having a couple of beers and talking some shit,
Yeah.
But
Sure.
dude, I'm really excited that you guys, put this together. I've said it many times over this episode, but it's something that just, us old heads plus, the new cats that came across Spawn after you guys already disbanded have, thought that nothing like this would ever happen again. Now they get something, and it's not just any something, it's something great, I had a lot of fun, or my friend had a lot of fun listening to it, and he keeps telling me, dude, it was so sick. You can't wait for it to come out. So
That's awesome.
is it I was saying you guys come back on conceptually, we could talk about it, but really quick, is there anything you could divulge on at least what Vanished might be generally about? Is it along the same Spawn of Possession concepts, or is it something different you guys are trying to talk about with this band?
This is a good question. There is a difference between Spawn and Retro in that regard, because when I went in to do the vocals and all that stuff, I said to Jonas, I was clearly like, I have no ideas. Like, I don't want to go on in this sort of Spawn theme or do something different. And luckily, Jonas had a bunch of amazing ideas. Like, hey, man, I have some ideas, and he threw me like 6 or 7, like right off the bat. That was incredible. That I've actually used to write lyrics on. It was just like the seed of it, but it was some great stuff. So I don't know, Jonas.
Stories are awesome.
You want to talk a little about Vanished, what that's about?
No, I won't. But, I don't think it's time. I'm way too drunk for it.
All right,
And,
that's fine. Then we will save it for part 2 when Jonas comes back and hangs with us again.
It's a little bit sensitive, actually, for me.
Okay, yeah,
All
okay.
good. All
Well,
good.
we're not gonna talk about the concepts, right?
No, not
Nope.
tonight.
Not
Okay.
tonight.
Tonight we are happy.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, dude.
I had a great
Cheers.
time with you guys, dude. I'm very happy this happened.
Yeah. Well, Anthony, we love you, bro. Thanks for
Love
coming.
you too, dudes. And
Thanks, man.
party on, and we'll be back next week. Well, yeah, we'll
Yes,
be back
sir.
next week. And
Yeah, but I'm down to keep going for a bit if you guys want. So
it's a countdown to February 21st now, people.
yeah,
Get
exactly.
ready.
Yep.
Be on the lookout for all the singles that are going to pop up. That happens. All right. Love you guys. Have a great rest of your weekend. Happy Thanksgiving to all the people who celebrated it, and rock on.
Thanks, man.
Later, bro.
Okay.
Bye.
Cheers.
All right. Yeah. So, but yeah, dudes, super stoked on everything. So where were we? Like, what was, I just came back from the bathroom. I'm like, all right. So
Lyrics.
lyrics. Ooh, okay. So Dennis,
Yeah,
for you.
I don't know if I can get into the lyrics actually. Maybe
Okay. No spoilers.
What do you think?
No, but
Should I wait for the album to be released, or I don't know what the rules are?
No, there are no rules, but the lyrics that you wrote on your own, you can talk about that.
Cool.
Oh, so you don't want me to talk about the ones that you had, where you gave me the idea?
Who had the idea for the tree?
Okay, I can say like this: not vanished, not the machine, and never to awake. The rest is okay, I think.
Can I talk about Fulingen?
Yeah, sure.
That's not on the album though, right?
No, that's my favorite Jonas to the point lyric, but I don't even remember what was that one called on the album. Oh, it's not on the album. It's
on the album.
No, it's true. It's a separate track.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that? Because of length?
I don't even remember the song.
Yeah.
I think it's because of the vinyl, right? Because they couldn't put it on vinyl otherwise.
Yeah.
For vinyl playtime.
It's gonna be a bonus track or something, or like a single. Yeah.
No. Well,
I love that song though.
Yeah. We'll save the lyrics for another day.
Was there like one song you could talk about? You don't have to. I'm just saying, if is there one?
Well, there's some of the. Well, actually, the greatest song, the greatest concept was a song that a lyric that Jonas pitched for me, but it's not on this record. It's going to be hopefully on the next one. You know which one I'm talking about? The family and the
Yes.
That was super disturbing lyric, but a lot of fun. But I'm not going to talk about that. I don't want to.
Dennis, when we did that podcast a while back about the Incurso album, review, and we went together, just you and me, for like 4 hours or something. It was rad. I think we had Alex on for a bit from Odious and Ominous Ruin, but he's actually cruising up tonight. We're gonna hang out. Great dude. But yeah, but you went deep in lyrics about like fucking all the lyrics of a lot of Spawn stuff and also Incurso stuff. And it was really, really super interesting, dude. So like, I don't know, and I had to like re-listen to it. I was like driving up to Santa Cruz, like super long 8-hour drive or something like that. And I was like re-listening to that, driving through like farms and stuff, just like, and I like forgot that we talked about a lot of that stuff. And I was like, dude, like, so your lyrics are really fucking good and interesting, man. So like, I'd be super down to hear just if there's any song you'd like to talk about. If not, we can wait,
No, thanks, man. Well, I don't want to be pretentious about the lyrics. I heard this expression, I think it was a German painter or someone who said, first comes the artwork, then comes the morale. And that kind of makes sense in a way, because the thought, if there is a layer to it or a subtext or something, that stuff, it sort of grows while I'm writing it. So it's not like I'm not the type of person that would say, oh, I'm going to write a song about something very specific over here, something secret, and then I'm going to write a lyric about something completely different and hide the fact. I could never see the point in that, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's fun to play around with it and keep it mysterious. I'm not saying that, but so with Spawn and that stuff, some lyrics are, I guess, have a bit more depth and stuff than others. But I'm trying to think. Okay, so there's one song on Incurso. Oh no, not on Incurso. On Retro that I wrote, and fuck, I haven't learned the titles yet. Jonas,
right? I'm still thinking of the old titles too.
What's the name of the last song?
For sure.
Exalted Splendor.
Oh yeah.
That's the one I wrote the lyrics for, right?
That's my favorite song of the album.
Oh, really?
Yeah, mine too, actually. That one in Machine. But that lyric is very simple in when you just read it. I can just talk very loosely about it. And that lyric is basically about a young girl who is obsessed with the sun.
Huh.
And she can't stop looking at the sun. And like totally, and when it gets dark she's depressed, and then in the morning she goes to her big she has this big fuck you call it, binocular or whatever, and she's just staring at the sun through this thing, and people are screaming at her to stop.
Wow.
I love that lyric. It's the perfect ending of the album, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's perfect.
Yeah, and all she wants is the bright light of the sun, and it really goes into that. And then she starts experiencing sunspots and things that are like, that sort of stroboscopic thing happening.
Yeah.
And finally, she turns completely blind, and she can't see anything, and it's all darkness. And that's when the song and the album is finished.
Oh, wow.
It's a perfect ending.
So cool.
So perfect.
See, that's what I wanted right there. That was just so sick.
The perfect.
I didn't know that. Like,
it's super depressing, and the girl's name is Iris, and the poor little Iris.
Yeah.
It's kind of a poetic kind of lyric if you read it.
But for me, I always understood this like a metaphor for drug addiction or something like that. That's
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go, Christian. Yeah.
Oh, Christian's gotten deep on it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very insightful.
No, but it's smart. It's like Flight of Icarus, dude.
Yeah. That stuff sort of that comes out, and it's and you can take it for what it is. Like Jonas says, it's the perfect ending. Like, done. That's the lyric, man. But I think if you put the time and effort, because I always felt also with the lyrics, and I'm sure people are gonna have opinions about that, but I at least try to write lyrics on the same level as the rest of you guys. Like Christian brings his A game, Casey brings his Bristling, and Erlen brings their A game to it. I just don't want to piss the lyrics away. I want the lyrics to be, exciting or interesting, or and not too like deep or pretentious, but I want them to be tangible, like what's going on, but there could be more to this story, kind of thing.
Yeah, I like that. Like on the surface, it's like every song is like a horror story, or like every song on its own is like a horror story. But you can go deeper and interpret something deeper into some of them.
Yes.
Yeah, you get it. Christian gets it.
Yeah.
Because Vanished and The Machine and Never to Awake is very personal for me.
Yeah.
And I just told Dennis, can you write these horror stories about these things? But in reality, it's about something really personal for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's really fun to see how Dennis, because I don't tell him too much. I just tell him a little bit. And Dennis' creativity adds more to it. So you can see it's like a horror story or it's something else. It gets two-sided. And I love that. So I don't say too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I always use for me, especially, in Curso, and this has always been my go-to guy has always been King Diamond.
Yes.
That's the feeling I got. Yeah.
Yeah, and just the way how he the little goofy details he puts into his lyrics, but you can kind of smile at them, but it brings he can describe something so trivial on a table or something, and it basically tells you exactly how the whole room looks. You know what I mean? You just need that little thing, and that I think he's brilliant at his lyrics, and so I don't aspire to do what King Diamond does. He has I have a different style than him, but it's definitely doable. You know, I always think in short stories. Obviously, it's hard to compress it in a song if you think about, Lovecraft or whoever, one of the greats. But you can, create a certain feeling in the reader, create an emotion. Same thing as the music.
Nice. Speaking of emotion, Christian, while we still got you, dude, what are your favorite solos on the album? I have mine, dude, pretty much all of them, but there's certain ones like on the Retromorphosis track, and dude, there are.
Yeah, I think my favorites are the first solo in the song Retromorphosis, I guess.
Yeah,
and the second one, or the main one in the middle in On Christie's Will. I think these two are my favorites.
Nice, dude.
And I like the one in the song that's not on the album. That one I liked also.
Yeah.
I haven't heard it now in a long time, but I remember when I recorded it, I was pretty happy with it. But I need to go back and listen to it. But on the ones on the album, it's probably these two. Probably my favorites.
It's awesome.
Like I did a couple of things that are a little bit different than what it sounds like. There's a couple of solos on this album as well, like really like improvised first takes, like the first one, for example, in On Christie's Will.
Yeah.
Which I normally don't do, but I kind of really wanted it to fit the music and the vibe, and this kind of like have this really like raw attitude on some of them. Some are obviously a little bit more composed, others are a little bit more free. But there's also something I always like when I get to do something that's a little bit out of my comfort zone.
Yeah.
God, dude, yeah. It's just like I think someone said earlier, like every time you I mean any guitar solos, but we're just talking about you because it's like, dude, you're so insane, and like it's just like I hear different stuff every time, and I'm just like, dude, like I'm just like, it almost like it, like my brain can't take in all of it. Like I have to like listen to it like 100 times to like really take in like what you're doing.
Yeah, but I guess it's the same like with Jonas' compositions. It's like for me the solo it's kind of like a song in a song sometimes, Like for example, one of my favorite albums was like No Parole for Rock and Roll by Alcatraz, like the first one with Ingrid, and where every solo he does is kind of like a song within a song. It's a little bit different from how we played later on, but
interesting.
But the solo is a composition within a composition, kind of.
Yeah.
And when the music is so good, like the stuff that Jonas writes, you really want to do it justice. You don't just want to do like random standard licks and call it a day, but you really want to have the solo.
Yeah.
Hold up to the rest of the stuff,
So Jonas also plays leads like on those parts, like
he's actually quite good at it, but he doesn't want to do it on the records. Actually, but when you see him play, like I remember when we toured back in the day, and you jam with him and stuff like that, he's actually really good at it. It's just probably not something he likes to do.
But there are some leads that are like, because I have like the old Guitar Pros where it's like his leads and then you come in. Like
there's two songs where I played what Jonas wrote, like the
you
third solo in the song Retromorphosis is pretty close to how Jonas had tapped it out, because the song has 3 solos, and the third one I stuck with the pretty much with the guitar profile, and there's song number 4, the end of the solo, like the ending of the solo where it goes along with the riff. This was also in the way that Jonas had written it out.
Yeah,
so the name of the song was. It's Never to Awake. Yeah, this one.
Oh yeah. What were you saying, Jonas?
Yeah, the tree. I think it means the tree. It's
the tree. Yeah, the tree. I mean the tree. Actually, yes. I mean the tree.
Oh fuck yeah.
It's more like
the ending of the solo.
Yeah, it's almost like a melody, but really not.
Yeah. Right. It's like a
Jonas. If I may throw in a question, Jonas. I don't think we talked about this, but what was the biggest difference recording your recording session for Incurso versus recording Retro?
Yeah, that's a huge difference. We can go back as far as like Cabinet and Octamblant was just only punch in, you know. You record long sections and you just punch in if you fail something. In Cursor, we had so little time in the studio, so we recorded like maybe 2-3 bars. It was like a jigsaw puzzle. I really didn't like that, but I knew from the start that's what we have to do. If we're gonna do this in time, we have to cut everything up in small pieces and just record it. On Retromorphosis, it was way different. I just told the producer, it's it's old school death metal. It's not that detailed, so he just recorded and I just played. So it's long takes. Yeah. I don't think we did that much punch-ins. There were some, the producer, he gets very focused on small things. So I don't like how you, do those downstrokes or whatever. So I had to do a lot of retakes on some things that I really didn't even think that was very important, but he was really, we got to get this super tight.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But otherwise, it's long takes. It's not. It's nothing like in Cursor. In Cursor was like a jigsaw puzzle. It was crazy. Totally. But I knew that from the beginning. I knew that because it's like an hour music. We can't record it like the old albums. We have to compromise, Yeah. So we can't sit and wait for the best take. We have to just fucking feed the machines with the notes.
Yeah. But I think that's also like, how back in the day bands, I remember when I was in Defeated Sanity, we would basically rehearse every week, and we would rehearse for 1 year before we even played a show, or back in the demo days, and then as a band, you really sound good and you can play the stuff and you know already how things have to be muted and articulated. And nowadays, it's different, right? Writing on the computer, you don't really get together as a band to play the stuff for a year, and many decisions how things are being done or how it's supposed to sound are being made in the studio. How am I muting this? Where do I do a pinch harmonic? Where do I do this and that? Whereas back in the day, you would just practice the stuff as a band, and you would really be like, would have played these songs for a year already until you recorded them. Totally. I think this is very different nowadays.
But what I can say is the recording of this album was way more satisfying than in Cursor. In Cursor was just work. It was just feeding the machines. That was the feeling.
Yeah, dude, I think like it's so sick how your writing on this stuff, on the retro stuff, is so like you like leave space for like things to like ring out or like, it's like there's like more of this like, it's like very like mature approach to writing. It's just like, oh yeah, I've done all the crazy, I've done all the like filling in time with everything, and then all of a sudden just like, dude, just because your riffs, like just your playing is so cool, and it's nice to just hear like a riff just ring out for a minute and just like go into something heavy and then it gets crazy and it gets super it's almost like condensing stuff.
It's kind of more effective.
Like letting it open up, right? Like
it's awesome. More like normal death metal.
Well, that's what you say. That's what you say because that's how it feels to you. But to normal people, it's still super crazy, all this stuff.
But also, I have to say, I remember one point of contact that we had, Jonas, and I remember being very surprised. But after my attitude with your writing, with regards to your writing, changed. I don't know if you remember this, but this is a long time ago. But I bought a CD of, I think it was the soundtracks of the first 3 or maybe 4 Alien films. And it was, I mean, those soundtracks are incredible. It's like amazing soundtracks. And I remember the one for Alien 3. Obviously, people have opinions on that film, but the soundtrack is absolutely, the score is absolutely phenomenal. You remember that, Jonas? And we talked about that, and I was really surprised. And then you actually played like a really light, sweet version of the sort of. There's a part where she jumps into the fire and the fucking burst. Those chords, and Jonas played those chords, and I just remember, oh my god, that's. He really played it, and it's like I wanted to steal it for a Spawn song, but it wasn't really Spawn Obsession stuff. You know what I mean? But my point is that on the Retro album, like you were saying, Christian, and also you, Casey, also talked about that, is that there is a part, I think, in what song is that, Jonas? Where I told you, like, there's this open chords, and it's just brewing with anxiety. Do you know what part I mean?
No, could be the Machine. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe Machine. Someone close to you had said the same thing.
Yeah.
I forget who it was. But you said...
Yeah, I played the demo songs for girlfriend I had at the time.
Yeah.
And she was really depressed.
Yeah.
I thought, it works. I was happy. This is depressing.
Yeah.
And I was like, thank you. And I was really hyped about that. After that reaction, I really started to believe in the songs more.
Yeah, because I didn't trample over it with vocals, because I felt that part should be a standalone. That's the Machine. That part, those, and I'm not saying it sounds like Alien 3 or anything. That was not the point. The point was that sometimes and it's so unusual, because if you think about Spawn and bristling and all that, it's just like fast stuff. Jonas writes the most beautiful open chord stuff also, and that's definitely one of my favorite. It's amazing. And remember, we had an intro. Remember that when we played live with Spawn?
Yeah.
That was just like more or less open chords, wasn't it?
Yeah, mostly.
We never recorded that, actually, but you can find it on YouTube from some show in somewhere where we actually played that. It was a slow intro, so we could get warmed up. Get the monitors set.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I'm thinking of the one like on. I don't want to give away the part, but there's like a section in what is it? I think it's it's on the song that's not on the album. Like before it goes into like the China part. Anyways, I can't give it away. Yeah, but yeah,
this is so funny, because we haven't sat down together in a room, talked about this.
Yeah,
this is the first time we talk.
No, totally.
I mean,
the last time I talked to you guys was like 12 years ago. Now I think we had a Skype call back in 2013. And actually, Dennis, there's a story that you don't know. Maybe you remember now, but I once called you in 2017, and you don't know that it was me, because my girlfriend at the time, she had an app on the phone that would make fart noises, and we were prank calling people, and just out of my numbers on my phone, just to see how they react. So it was a suppressed number, and you actually picked up the phone, and you were out at a party or something with some friends or having dinner, and you were listening, and then these fart noises came, and you started laughing like crazy. But I think I never told you that was me.
You remember this?
This was back in 2016 or 17. I think back in 2017.
Wow.
Oh God, so funny.
Yeah, I prank called you actually.
Wow.
I want to get prank called by Christian. That's crazy.
That's cool.
But you had the funniest reaction because some other people got really angry, some other people said nothing. And just
really?
And you were really funny. So yeah, that was really cool.
Dude, I've just if anyone's having a bad day or depressed out there, this is what I do. I do this maybe 2-3 times a week. In the evening, I go online and I listen to prank calls by Richard and Sal, and that's Richard Christie from Death.
Oh yeah,
The last album, Death album, when he and Sal went to work for Howard Stern. Just type in Howard Stern, Richard Christie, or just Howard Stern prank calls.
so
I
many.
can listen to. They call all these religious shows. There's,
Good.
it's insane. It's insane. Richard is so
I've
funny.
heard
It's
it.
unbelievable that he played on the Sounds of Perseverance album. When you hear him call in and being goofy, it's not, you can't see him doing it. But those two, Sal and Richard, are brilliant. They're geniuses. And if you're having a bad day, just go online, listen to that for like 10 minutes, and you'll be good. Oh my God, I listen to that. That's therapy to me because it's so stupid. It's so retarded. The premise is always really stupid. So I just want to say that. I love prank. Prank me anytime. I love that shit.
Oh my God, that's the greatest, dude. Yeah. Yeah, dudes. So so fuck, man. Like, I don't know, like the next just stoked on the next things coming out. Like I don't know. I don't want to give anything away. So let's see here. Yeah, so what do you guys like think about, I don't know, like things you want to talk about, like in terms of the album, like recording it and stuff? Like, Christian, you talked about doing your solos. Dennis, what about doing your vocals? Like, recording the vocals and stuff. Like, was it like doing Spawn stuff, or was it like a different approach at all, or was it just?
No, it was pretty much the same, but with two realizations. Because when I was doing, I remember Incurso was like every Spawn album was brutal. It was really, really brutal. But I also thought that, but Incurso was by far the worst one. I mean, it was torture. So when Retro came, I knew the tempos was more mellow, and I thought, oh, this is doable. Not realizing I hadn't done vocals in 10 years, 11 years. So, and again, underestimate. I think both Jonas and me are like that. Like, we originally looked at this like, nah, it's kind of laid back. It's kind of old school. It's not very hard. But once you're in the studio and you're going to perform it, and that's exactly what happened with the vocals, I realized. And Jonas was there because Jonas recorded, well, would you say recorded half the songs with me, Jonas?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just remember there was a lot of fun. We laughed a lot. And Jonas was going to be this tough producer. And he was like, and I recorded like, did a big chunk of lyric. And he goes like, yeah, well, it's tight. Can you do it better? I was like, I don't know. Well, I don't know either. Okay. Well, I don't know. Okay, I can do it again. Are you sure? We can move on if you want. It was like that, and then it was a lot of fun. But we took it seriously, like fucking let's make it real. And then of course, Mankan came in, and I recorded some songs with him, and that was a different kind of deal. He doesn't care too much what I have to say. It's just like do it again, do it again. Like that.
Oh, so he's like directing you, like, do that part again.
Well, over the years, like now, I did some vocal stuff down there very recently, and I mean I trust him blindly when it comes to because he looks for tightness and all that. So it's like if he tells me it's not good, I'll do it again. I don't hesitate.
Yeah.
But sometimes he will stop and he will ask me like, was that the way you wanted it to come out, or was that a mistake? Like he's not sure. So we have a good rapport, But the vocal stuff was pretty much the same. Well, one thing changed that I don't know if anyone can relate to this, but in Curso and Cabinet Noctambulant, I always mapped out where to do the screaming vocals, the dub.
Right.
Yeah. I always were like thinking about that. So it's like, but for this one, for some reason, that stuff wrote itself. I knew in my head, like I knew exactly in my mind where those parts would come for all the songs. So I had a few notes here and there, but overall, I pretty much knew. Do you remember that, Jonas, when I did the high pitch ones?
Yeah, I remember.
It just came out. I just knew that's part, not that part, this part. Usually I'm very meticulous, but this time this was so. It was so. How do you say? It was so thankful. It was the music was perfect. The songs were so perfect for this type of vocals. So yeah, and the stories and all that stuff. So yeah, it was beautiful. It was great.
It's awesome, man.
Yeah. Always fun.
Yeah,
Guys,
totally.
I gotta leave. I have to leave because I have a family appointment.
No worries,
coming up.
Christian.
But it was really good seeing you again. It was great fun doing this. And
you too, man.
Yeah, and hopefully we don't wait another 12 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Christian,
have a good one.
You're awesome, brother.
Have a good one.
Talk to you guys soon.
Thanks again, homie. Yeah. Peace. Later.
Later, man.
That's awesome. Oh, back to this view here. Yeah, dude. So like, what was I gonna say? So the vocals just like come out so naturally. Sorry, I'm trying to think of something. I'm like looking for a second. Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, I was gonna say. All right. So like we're talking about influences on your vocal style, Dennis, and we've talked about this before, but like it's rad how you to me, like, and I've nerded out on this many times before, but to me, you're like one of the best death metal vocalists of all time. Like honestly, and I know that's kind of dorky to throw that at you, but I've already said it here, so it's not like it's new. But like you are like a great blend of all these different people that like obviously the Glenn Benton thing, and then like we talked about Deicide Legion and all that. Like you like all these bands now like do the like Archspire and stuff and do the fast vocals and all that. And I think like every single one of those bands would pay homage to Spawn like easily, you know.
Oh really?
And, like, oh dude, they should, you know. And like and then if like you pay homage to Glenn, like, you know, Deicide Legion and shit, like dude, we all do, like, you know, it goes back. Yeah. But it's like paying tribute to like what's real and like what's fucking like legit. Yeah. But like I don't know, dude, you just like but to me though, like it's like Frank Suffocation, all these people, like to me you are like one of those people like on vocals. Like it's not just about copying a style or a sound. You have your own identity, you have like your own style, and you sound different. Like and like when you were talking about like how you guys with Incurso and like you like got brought back to do, you were saying like I can't imagine anyone else doing vocals except you, you know. And like dude, your vocals are something to me. It's like it's that's a hard thing to pull off, like, and sound like it's very important. And I think
thank you so much. I really
so I want to hear what you have to say about that, and I want to hear about your influences like as your style, like because I've already talked to you about this, but I think it's really cool for people to hear that, like just like when you go in there, like what's your like style approach, like no, I just mentioned. And yeah,
well, part answer is that it's what Jonas was talking about before with when we wrote Dirty Priest, and we knew that we were on the right trajectory. Like this is the one, this is the stuff, this is the way we want to go. And I had done some demo stuff, and when we were going to do the first demo, it was actually Jonas who said to me, "Why don't you do the vocals?" Because Jonas had heard a demo I'd done, and I said, "Okay." And I wrote the lyrics for it. I had no idea, but when I heard that, because it wasn't until the first Spawn demo when I heard myself, that's when I realized, okay, maybe there's something there, like vocally. So that was pretty much for me. That was the thing, and then it's just about nurturing it, working on it, and my main influences for sure, and it's pretty much directed towards records, because I realized early on I'm never going to sound like Glenn Benton. I'm never going to sound like George Fisher, like these guys.
Yeah, totally.
Because that's in the DNA. That's in the vocal cords.
But you sound like Dennis, which is what I'm saying. It's like I can think in my mind, and this is so I'm interrupting because I love you, and I just want to like this is an important part. Is that like, dude, like you sound like one of those people. Like what in my mind, I'm like Fisher, Barnes, whatever. You are one of those heads, like the severed head, like on the always like, dude. There's Dennis, like, and you have your own sound, like,
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons, and that's again, I think, inspired by Jonas, because Jonas was always following his own style and realizing like, I don't want to sound like whoever guitar, fucking James Murphy, guitar solo of the year kind of guy. It was like I listened to all this stuff and being influenced by it, but I'm going to play my own stuff. It was the same thing with the vocals. I realized very early on, I'm not going to sound like my hero, so I'm just going to do my thing and sound like myself and do my thing. And all I can do is just relish and enjoy sort of the next stuff, the next level stuff, which is, of course, the arrangements and how they do their rhymes and everything. And that for sure is, I give all my credit to Deicide Legion and Blessed Are the Sick with Morbid Angel. Those two records vocally are the most brilliant. They are the most brilliant stuff ever made. There's vocalists and bands who's done super cool stuff, song here apart there, but in totality, those two records for me, they are playbooks in how to do fun, interesting vocals. And not only that, it was also like when we got to the studio, it was actually the producer who said, listen, I want to be able to hear what you're singing. I want to hear the words. Yeah. And I said, well, it's not that kind of style, blah, 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 blah. And he was very adamant about that. He was pushy. He was pushing me like, dude, I want to hear the words, like really come out. And so I worked on that, and that became part of it and stuff like that, And then the fast stuff was just, and again, like it was always written accordingly to the songs. Same thing with retro. That's again like it's so in the when people buy that record and listen to it, they're gonna hear that 100% that my vocals are written according to the music to help the music become even better. It's not a one-man show in the vocals, or it's not going to be some bland shit just floating around just to have the vocals. They have a purpose in the songs for sure. And I feel very strongly about that, especially with Retromorphosis. This album.
Yeah. That's fucking rad, dude.
Yeah. I appreciate what you're saying, man. I really appreciate the words,
I keep going to this view. Jonas, do you have anything to add about that? Like about just his vocals to your parts, man? It's just you guys just have this like fucking really good writing approach. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounded great to me. It's
right.
It's the approach we always had, but I'm really drunk now, so.
That's all good, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, man, Saturday, fuck it.
I'm 9 beers in. 9
yeah,
beers.
Dude.
I never drink 9 beers, but tonight I did it.
Hey, it's a podcast tradition, dude. Honestly, dude, it's hey man, it's all good, dude. We're here to just fucking have a good time, dude. It's the holiday weekend for us, dude. I got Monday off too. I don't have to work till Tuesday. I'm fucking enjoying. Wow. Dude, you guys are fucking awesome, dude. Like, I've had such a good time tonight, and like, we all work a lot, and it's nice to just like be able to still do music and appreciate it, and like to talk about it, and like I am like so I've had such a good time from the beginning with this project. I'm so stoked to be a part of it and honored. And it's really cool. Like people have been really cool, dude. Like when I got released on Tuesday and I'm at work and people are messaging me and shit. I'm just like, Jesus, thank you. Like I'm very excited to be a part of it. And so it's just really rad, the support that people are showing. And like, dude, like music, it's such a cool thing, but like, it's nice to me, this is like an important project. Like, it's like rad that you guys have done this. And like, man, it's really cool shit, dude. Like Jonas, your writing is badass, dude. Like, it's really good, dude. Like,
Thanks.
It's really cool.
Yeah, make no mistake, this is Jonas' vision.
Yeah.
This is Jonas all the way. Like, I do some vocals, and solos and whatever. This is Jonas. He is the fucking tip of the spear in this conversation,
Yeah.
This is his work, and we're just along for the ride. That's how I see it anyway.
Totally.
And that's not downplaying anybody's contribution, because I think whatever Christian, Casey, fucking Erlen, like all the contributions were like fucking perfect. It sounds great. In every song gets like another push from each guy. So it's yeah, man. It's gonna be fun when this one is released, for sure. It's gonna be interesting.
I remember like after I did the drums like in like last year, and I was like, I had the drum tracks like to the MIDI guitars before it was all like done and stuff, and I was like, I'd be like cleaning my house or whatever, just like listening to it all, just like, what the fuck? This is so cool. Like what is this? It's like, it takes time to like really understand like what you're a part of. Sometimes like, you do an album and stuff and it's just like music and parts and you got to learn your parts and this and that. But like, I feel like to me, I don't know, like to me, it's like the best thing I've ever been a part of musically. Wow. Like, I don't know. Like I can try to like figure out, but I just like it there's like things about it, like, you do albums and you're like, oh man, like that was like, I didn't really vibe on that or whatever. That was cool and stuff. And but this is just something where it's like there's nothing I can
cool
like,
man.
Yeah, it was cool. So sick, dude. Like I'm so stoked on it. So anyways, yeah.
I'll be right back. Just give me a second.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah. No worries, dude.
Yes, for me, I can only say I'm super thankful that everybody wants to be involved.
Totally, dude.
I don't take anything for granted. We're getting older.
Mm-hmm.
So you get less and less time, and I know it's getting difficult for everybody to, to do a thing. But this went very smoothly, I think.
Totally.
You just took the drum, same with Dennis. Oh, I do the vocals. There was never any complaints or nothing like that. So I'm very, very grateful for that.
Hell yeah, dude. And I feel like you wrote like sick drums too, like to the parts and everything. I was like, dude, like, so like, and I did my thing and I changed stuff and everything, but like, it was really cool, like being in the studio. And I remember sending you guys what we were starting to do. And like, we were on the Facebook chat and stuff. And like, you're like, oh yeah, that's cool. Oh, yeah. But in this part, like do the grabs and this and that. And I was like, oh yeah, cool. And like, it was great to work with you guys. And like, I don't know, I just feel like we all were excited about it. Even Zach, like recording me, like he's like I was like, hey Zach, I'm gonna record drums on the Retromorphosis Spawn of Possession, and like guys, and he was just like, I want to be a part of that. What he got me in the studio like right away. He was just like, oh yeah, when we, I was just like, okay, yeah. It's like all of us felt that way, So it was just like, it was like there's a lot of respect and like cool, like just like we know the music's gonna be good and like we believed in it, And so I think there's a lot of love in this album, like I think it's badass. And at the same time, it's fucking dark, dude. Like I love how, like I said earlier, like it's like I love it. Like, you know, everyone's shredding and stuff and everyone's doing crazy shit. And like when I try to write stuff, I run into this too, but it's like, how do you keep it like dark and pissed off and like death metal? Like just like this is like like a dark album. Like how do you keep it, you know, whatever in that zone? And you did a really good job of like keeping that vibe there.
For me, it's always about being honest.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you're honest, it's okay. You know, no fillers. I hate fillers. Some bands put like 2, 3, maybe even 4 songs. You know, fillers on an album.
Yeah.
I never do. That was a rule me and Dennis talked about really early, before a cabinet. We're never gonna do any fillers. Every song has a fucking purpose, you know.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So we treat every song like, even if it's not like an instant hit thing, we treat it with respect, and we, you know, do the best out of it. So I have the same mindset in retro.
I love that, dude. That's badass.
I think it's the only way, because I listen to a lot of classical music. I don't hear Bach, you know, put any fucking fillers in.
Yeah. 100%, dude. Bach fillers.
I think it's better to write less, and it actually means something, than write a lot and like 50% of that is just rubbish.
Yeah,
that's my
totally, dude.
Mindset.
100%, dude.
And also continuing on that subject is with, I remember with Spawn, we always look to make, and I don't know if this is obvious for a listener, but we always wanted the next song to be very different from the song we already had. Because think about, you compare, if you take Cabinet and you listen to Swarm of the Formless, and then you go to Hidden in Flesh, I mean, those songs are very different. And then I think, what's the third one? Is it A Presence? I guess it is.
Yeah.
Presence is the third song of Cabinet.
Is that?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah. I love that fucking song, dude.
Yeah. And that one has its own sort of that, you know what I mean? If you listen to an album like that, you'll see all the changes between the songs. And sometimes they're more subtle. Sometimes they're not very obvious. It's just like a lot of noise and whatever. But when you listen to it more carefully, you'll see that there are differences and different sort of connotations towards whatever that song is doing, what it's about. And I think that stuff is that's always been in our camp, in our discussions, you know, and to make the songs different from each other, but there's still a sort of a thin red line going through everything.
I got a question for Jonas here. I keep pressing the wrong button here. We only have 3 people. I can't even say that.
Shostakovich.
Yeah, Shostakovich. Is Shostakovich one of your influences? Yes, he is. He is one of my greatest influences. Because this might sound a little odd, but when I listen to Shostakovich, I hear he's really serious, but at the same time, there's a lot of humor in it. So when I wrote in Curso, I have had a little bit of that mindset. So, you know, if you're really bright, you will hear the humor in it. I want to have all the human feelings covered in cursive. So some songs has a little bit of humor in it. I think Shostakovich was he was trolling a little bit here and there, like
interesting.
small things. Yeah. And I hear that, and that makes me laugh because he blends it with really depressing things, and he puts small things here and there which make me laugh. So I try to write, it's human.
Fuck yeah, dude, that's rad. Interesting. Yeah, it's always a cool like rad composers that did crazy shit like that influenced different things and stuff. And
I personally believe he trolled people a little bit. He did it, small things here and there. It's really funny. I find it's both funny and it's really deep at the same time. But I think being really depressed and being really happy, it's, if you can go through the whole register, it's the best thing. And that's why I try. That's what I try to do within cursive.
Yeah. He's asking fans.
I gotta ask, fans of John Carpenter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, his music or his movies or both? Yeah.
I went to a John Carpenter concert, actually with Rob from Flat Pig. We went to see Carpenter just a few years ago, and he was actually he was right in front with his keyboards, and they opened with Escape from New York.
Yeah.
And, he even played stuff from Big Trouble in Little China, and then of course when they played Halloween, the roof fucking caved in. It was just like a roar in the place. That was a great show. He wrote some good stuff, but also, I mean, his film. Christian mentioned his remake of The Thing. I regard that as one of the best horror films. Sure.
John Carpenter, The Thing. Yeah.
I actually, Jonas, seriously, I think I borrowed it from you. Thinking about it, I think I saw it. You had it and said, "Oh, you should check this out." The Thing. Oh, it's off taking. Yeah. I think Jonas. I think he's the reason I saw it in the first place when I was 15 or 16 or something like that. I'd missed it. Yeah. That's a really cool film.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Okay, Dennis, did you see the new Alien that everyone was like freaking out about? Romulus, like I bought it and stuff, and I saw it in the theaters, and I've watched it at home, and like I just want to know what you think about it, and like what you think in terms of like how that relates to the Alien franchise, like and like we've talked before, like about Prometheus and like Alien stuff. So I just want to know what you think about that.
Well, I had friends asking me about it because I went to the premiere and I was really stoked, but I have to watch it again. I really do.
I feel the same.
It's not a cop out. I really do. What I remember was I thought the idea of, obviously it's going to be spoilers if we talk about it now. So if you don't want to hear it,
it's fine. Yeah.
The fact that they went to this where they're harvesting the mineral stuff,
right?
The gritty, the dirt, and everything. I love that. I thought that atmosphere, the politics of it, like that whole thing, was perfect. It was spot on. Like, oh my god, it was so cool that you get to see that part of that universe. That was great. But once they went out and that whole thing floating, and they were going to go in there and they were going to steal, it made absolutely no sense to me. There's a little too many things that didn't make sense to me. It's like, oh yeah, this big corporation in the future with all these fucking AI they have robots on every mission. Oh, they don't know that you're gonna try to steal something. just leave it hanging up. It's blah blah blah. It became kind of Star Wars, and that's Star Wars. Don't get me wrong, but there's always been like with Cameron, certainly James Cameron, and Ridley Scott and so on. It's always been a super logic to those films,
right?
In that space, like this logic stuff in that universe, and they sort of went away. And then there was some stunts happening, and it was like, oh really? I didn't buy it. And but again, I'm gonna watch it again. Totally bit of the doubt. Maybe I'll change my mind.
People love it.
It's entertaining, sure.
But I was just kind of like, I don't know, dude. Like honestly, dude, like I liked Prometheus, you know, and I liked Alien Covenant and stuff. And to me, like people, I get people looking like make it dog on it, like, oh, this is cheesy or something like that. But it's like people dog on it really hard. And then like they just loved this new one. They loved, you know, the Romulus one. And I'm just like, I don't get it. I keep falling asleep. It's just like chases and face. Like, I don't know what it is, dude. I just can't, like, there's like no story to it, like that I really connect to, you know. Everyone wants to dog on Ridley Scott, and like I fucking love Ridley, dude. Like the what's it called, Raised by Wolves and shit, like that shit on, you know. I love that shit. I don't know why people. I don't know. It's just me. I don't know.
No.
Should I take another beer?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh yes.
Yeah. Okay. I take another one.
No, we're chilling, dude. I'm hanging.
I'm gonna open one more.
Yeah, I know. Like Dennis and I, dude, the last couple, dude, you and I on the Incursa review, we hung out for like 4+ hours, dude.
Yeah. I don't know. Did anyone listen to that show?
I don't know, dude. Event Horizon, that's a great movie.
Oh yeah.
Classic. That's just like a really great movie. Classic. Event Horizon's so good.
Into Jonas
right now.
But Jonas, didn't you? Well, Joey, we're going to get to your question for sure. But I just got to ask you. I believe, Jonas, that you were the one who pitched me John Carpenter's remake of The Thing. That I borrowed it from you the first time I saw it. I borrowed it on VHS.
It depends on which remake, because it has been remaked 2 times.
Well, I'm talking about the John Carpenter version.
Yeah, from 82.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like that one, right?
Yeah, that's a masterpiece.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Yeah. Well, I think we're pretty much in agreement on that one.
I'm gonna hit the restroom real fast, guys. Keep talking.
Yeah. Well. Okay. So Joey, you asked about Event Horizon. I thought Event Horizon was really interesting.
Yeah.
That's a cool movie. It was Sam Neill, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. But the director, he went on to do some shitty work after that. Wasn't that that goofy director? Forget his name. I don't know.
I have no idea.
No, but he also mentions Into the Mouth of Madness.
Yeah.
You seen that, right? That's Lovecraft, right?
So the movie is done.
What?
So they have made a movie, the Mountain of Madness.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Because I have only read the book, and then I heard that they were going to do a movie, but then I haven't heard anything.
Oh yeah, okay. No, no, wait. I'm thinking about, wasn't it one when it was called Mountain of Madness or something?
Oh, I think In the Mouth of Madness.
Ah.
It's based on Lovecraft. They come to a village which they can't escape from.
Oh.
It's also Sam Neill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now I see. Yeah. Joey, are you sure his name is Wes Anderson? Because I know his name is Anderson, but there's 2 ones. Are you sure it's Wes? Because Wes Anderson is like a really good director. I think it's another.
Where do you see the comments? Is it on YouTube?
No, yeah, no, it's on. If you are you streaming on your computer?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you look to the right,
Comments. Oh,
yeah,
now I found it.
there you go. Yeah. So here, yeah, yeah, Paul Anderson, yeah. Because I always confused that dude with another dude, and he went on and he made Resident Evil. I think he made the Alien versus Predator, and
Okay.
he's kind of like, to me, he's kind of like a Michael Bay kind of dude that they don't know story that much, and they take like cool concepts and then they throw it into like a really stupid thing. You know, I happen to be a huge fan of the Resident Evil games, and I was super disappointed at the films. They didn't capture what I loved about the games. Maybe other people love them, but I don't know. I don't think any movie has captured what the Resident Evil games are really about. But
yeah, just like Mia Jovovich was like super hot in those movies, but
yeah, and she loves to smoke weed. I heard.
Yeah, she's like dream girl. She's hot.
Yeah,
it's so funny. What do you guys think about the new? Have you seen any of the new Dune? The new Dune show and all that.
Yeah. Not the show. I went to see the two movies.
I thought the second one. They're both pretty good. I thought the second one was like more interesting for me. But did you guys see the Dune movies? You said
I have both of them, but I haven't watched them yet.
Yeah.
Well, I actually found the first one more interesting because it.
Oh yeah.
Well, I always go. I only seen them once each, and I always go just purely visual. And the first one had that industrial, more of that industrial sort of mechanical versus the nature thing, which I just love. You saw that in Avatar, you know,
right.
That you had the big, you know, fucking tractors and stuff, you know, the machinery and those things versus the jungle in that case. And here was more like the desert. And I love that. I don't know what you call it, like that counterpoint, machine and nature. And then the second one, it was just a lot of sand.
A lot of sand, yeah.
But I'm gonna rewatch it and be more intellectual about it if possible. So
I think they're both pretty good. Yeah. What do you guys think about? So we've talked about Blade Runner a lot, you and I, Dennis, and stuff. Yeah. And how do you feel about the new Blade Runner? Like I've seen it like a few times, but I was just like, oh, Jared Leto, and it was just like kind of like this, like, and then Ryan Gosling. It's just like kind of like these, but it was like, it was sick. It was just like you got these like stars in the movie, kind of like, I don't care about that, you know. Like
I love it. I can see it because I fucking love that movie.
The new Blade Runner.
Yeah. I think it fits perfectly with the old one.
Nice.
So
yeah.
I see it just like one big movie now. I was so impressed what they did there.
Nice. Yeah, dude. Like the visuals were just out of control. Like so crazy. Yeah. Like it's so sick. And Dennis and I have talked about some interesting concepts like about Blade Runner shit, and like just it's kind of fun, like the storyline of like I don't know, just talking about like being creative and stuff. You had like a concept about like from the ashes of like the
yeah.
What was that about?
That was David Peoples, who wrote amazing screenwriter. He wrote like The Unforgiven with Clint Eastwood and a bunch of films. And when they were doing Blade Runner, they had a writer named Hampton Fancher, and he wrote he wrote the movie. And then they kicked him off, which is kind of rare, or he had to go, like he burnt out. And he was super depressed because obviously this was his film. And then Ridley, they brought in David Peoples, and he wrote a scene where you see Roy Batty emerging out of this heap, a futuristic sort of, garbage, huge garbage compound, and he sort of rises up like really poetically, almost like a god. It was so beautiful, and they showed it some documentary. They talked about it and showed like images from the storyboards and everything. It's one of those scenes like, oh my god, that would have been so good with Rutger Hauer and everything, but they didn't shoot that scene. There's a lot of scenes they didn't even shoot for Blade Runner that had become like legendary and mystical and all that stuff, but that was never made. But it was basically that he rises from the dead, you know, and which you can draw, you know, religious, I mean, who resurrected in the Bible and so on. I mean, there was a lot of things going into this. People's and all those, like the real good writers, they're super smart people and super intellectual, and they've read all the history, they've read all the, you know, the religious texts and the myths and mythos and all what have you. So they know what's up, and they can build stories around that, and yeah, there's a lot of that in Blade Runner for sure, you know, and like you said, Jonas, like the one thing, a connection I always loved was I went to see the new Blade Runner. I went to the premiere of that too, actually, and the opening scene where he has this big pot of soup and he's like stirring it. That scene was written for the original Blade Runner to introduce Deckard.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah. But for some reason, it got cut. They didn't shoot it. It was like this pot, and it was an idea of Ridley's, and they were all into it, and it's like this pot. It was about a pot of boiling soup. It was the whole thing. Like they were like, "Oh my god, it's going to be so great," and it didn't happen. And then I'm sitting there in the movie. I had no idea what to expect, and here comes the fucking soup. It was like that. The whole scene was written for the original Blade Runner, actually, where the Blade Runner comes in and he's like, he realizes he's replicant, and he's a Blade Runner, blah blah blah, and things happen. So yeah, oh yeah,
that's crazy.
Those two films have a lot of strong connections, for sure. You know, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys watch The Substance yet?
Mm-mm.
You gotta watch
The Substance. I haven't seen it yet.
Dude, that shit's insane. It's super crazy. It's like, I don't know. I don't want to give it away. Just watch it.
What was that? The Demi Moore?
Yeah.
Have you seen that, Jonas?
No, I haven't.
Do
Dude,
you know what it is?
I have only been watching Amityville movies.
Yeah, I know.
Actually, yeah.
Jonas. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have to ask you, because I've been following your Amityville review saga.
Yes.
Okay, I could just say for anyone who hasn't followed Jonas on Facebook, he's been reviewing every Amityville movie ever produced. And it's a lot of them. And it's just like you put Amityville in the title and people just go do movies about whatever. Now, I have my favorite that you reviewed, and I'm going to tell you soon. But first, I want to know, which one was the best one and the worst one so far, according to you?
Yeah.
The best one is the second movie, of course.
The Possession.
Yeah, The Possession.
Yeah.
And the worst one is probably Amityville Vanished. That's a fucking terrible movie. It's so fucking, you know, when you look at a movie and you get angry, you really get fucking angry. You want to punch the screen. That's Amityville Vanished. Worst movie ever.
What was it about?
I don't know. It was pure. It starts with a girl is missing, and a detective comes, and he's investigating it, I guess. but you know, the whole movie is so random. So it's like sex scenes, and you really don't know what it's about. It's so fucking. It's so bad. It's so. It's probably the worst movie I have ever seen.
Wow.
So it's that means I have seen a lot of trash, but this was the lowest, you know.
So funny.
Okay, so Jonas, quickly, I'm just going to tell you, by reading your reviews, there was one movie that caught my attention, one Amityville movie, and that's the one where a guy sits in a chair and reads a book.
Yeah, that's Amityville. What was? Yeah, it's a diary. He reads the Amityville cult.
He sits and reads for the whole movie?
No, he reads the book, and then it's like flashbacks to his grandma's life. It's so fucking boring. It's so boring. It's you know, it's also one of those movies. You know, you get fucking angry.
Yeah.
By watching it. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. And he walks in the grass, and it's so everything's super slow. It sucks. It sucks. It's fucking.
Oh my god, dude. Dude. Oh man. Yeah, it's funny we talked about the Midsummer movie, because I was like, I was watching it and I was like, I wonder what Dennis thinks about this and shit. Like, it's like,
well, but that's interesting, Jonas. I really want you to watch the Midsummer movie, because I honestly, I think you're going to have the exact same reaction that I did.
Okay.
It's like it's celebrating Midsummer, which you know what that is, but it's so extreme, and it's like old, you know, sweet. You're going to recognize everything, like, because that's our upbringing, but they take it to a completely new level, and it's like a cult and all that stuff.
So it's just ridiculous.
Well, I'm sure if you're not familiar with Midsummer, you will find it very disturbing.
Oh.
But for you and me, who are familiar, we're just going to see it as a joke. For me, it could easily been made by you know, Monty Python.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because it's so ridiculous. It's so stupid, but it's super fun.
It's a horror movie. Ooh.
Yeah. It is.
It's one of those.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys think about like all the like It and the Skarsgård dudes? Like,
Did
you see?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Like the new It movies. I feel like the first one was a little better than the second one. Whatever. But what's it?
I found the second one super boring.
The
first one was okay. I mean, I was always a huge Tim Curry fan. I watched that when I was like 12 or something. I was super disturbed by his performance. The new one was okay. It was, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
They got the new
movies.
But
did you see that?
One of the Skarsgårds is going to do
Nosferatu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a movie I really look forward to, because the old Nosferatu movies is some of my favorites.
Nice. Yeah, I saw that. It's like Christmas Day. It comes out or whatever here, at least. Those look pretty good, dude. Like, I'm interested in that. Like, Willem Dafoe's in it, like the solo. I don't know. It's got to be pretty good, you know.
And I look like Nosferatu, so I can, relate.
You look like yeah. Oh man. Yeah. But yeah, dude, this because there's like the Skarsgård brothers, right? And they're Swedish, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a whole family with actors. The whole family.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And the other dude did like the True Blood show and everything, and
yeah.
he's in a bunch of shit. And
they have all done. Like one was in the Viking show, one was in Vikings, and one did.
Okay.
Yeah, the bald dude, and then one did the It movie, and the one did Tarzan and the Blood, the vampire shit. And then there's more, like, but obviously, I mean, their father is very famous.
Okay.
Oh my God, he was in the Dune movies and Stellan Skarsgård. Oh yeah.
Really? Okay.
He's huge. Yeah, he's huge. But I mean, he's worked with like Good Will Hunting and a lot of dramas over the years. He's worked with everyone. Yeah. So, and he comes from a long. I think he was very young when he started acting, and he comes from a long tradition here, working with Ingmar Bergman and all these Swedish. Then he moved to Hollywood and did his thing. So obviously, his kids are gonna,
Yeah.
Totally. Not saying they're talentless. I'm just saying it's like it probably helps to have a successful father in the business,
Yeah.
So sure.
I'm wondering like how the whole like. What's up? You gonna say something? Sorry.
What was that?
Oh, sorry. I think I just burped and I was like talking over myself. Yeah. How do you guys think like the whole like I'm curious like about like because like the Swedish death metal sound, like Entombed and all the like shit that we knew, how that like translates to like, I mean, we've talked about it before, but just like I mean, I wanted to say something earlier that was like, I feel like in America, like death metal was coming in like back in the day. And then like, I feel like it was almost like how rock and roll, like the British invasion came in, like the Beatles and shit, like hit us. It was like almost like the European invasion came into death metal. Mm-hmm. And like, we just kind of were like, oh, what the fuck? Like we had all these bands like that were doing their thing. And then there was like more, like they came back, like, as like Europe, like, came back like, hey dude, we got this like more melodic shit, like we're gonna, oh yeah, that's cool, but like check this shit out, like it was like kind of the same thing with like rock and roll, like like, and so like American music has always been kind of like, we got our thing, but you always like kind of have a box that you like how big that box is, and then like and there's always like a rebound of the European response. So
when you mention it, it's super funny because when I go into like lists of Swedish bands, they always name like Entombed and Dismember, Unleashed, and all the bands from Sweden except for Spawn. They don't see Spawn as a Swedish band. I think they classify it as an American band. So we never get into those lists. Yeah, I have seen it. So, and I Googled it because I was like dumb.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, exactly. Why not? But we are never mentioned in those lists. They see us as an American band, but we are from Sweden. It's super funny. And as you said, the Swedish sound is very confined into this formula. And if you break out of that box, you're not Swedish anymore. That goes back to, I remember when we were playing in Gothenburg. This was during the cabinet days. And some guy on the street, hey, you gonna play here tonight? Yeah, we're playing Spawn Possession. Oh my God, you play that techie thing? I guess. He was, why don't you play like Grave and Entombed? He was, like dumbfounded. Why don't you play like all the others? And we were like, I don't know. I don't care. We play what we want to do, But it's very real here in Sweden. You have to be in this box, If you go out of the box, it's you're not true Swedish.
That's weird. Yeah, dude. Like I feel like
in America, I know you get rewarded. The harder you work, the more rewarded you will get. But in Sweden, you have to be mediocre to get rewarded. And they say, "Oh, yeah, that's cool, that's fine," but they really don't mean it. They just say it. That's the Swedish mindset. Everything has to be mediocre.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
When I saw this interview, the Swedish reporter went over when Schwarzenegger was governor for California. She went over and did an interview with him, and she asked, one of the questions was, she asked him, "What is the biggest difference between living in the U.S. and living in Europe?" Obviously, he's from Austria, and he said, "Well, in the U.S., if I buy a really, really nice car, like an expensive car, people will come up and say, 'Hey, man, that's a really nice car. Congratulations.' But if I buy it in Europe, people want to key it and like, who do you think he is? Like, you think you're special? That sort of attitude." And there's a lot of truth to that. So when you live in Sweden and you're playing that type of stuff that's Spawn Obsession or retro, people are going to, who the fuck do you think you are? And I've had this discussion with Swedish bands, and I've said straight out, I've said, "Listen, dude, the reason you don't play like it, because the card they pull is like, oh, you're so lucky. You're lucky. No. Fuck that lucky. We work for this shit. You don't have a clue how many hours we put into this. Number one. Number two, you're lazy. That's the whole point. You don't want to put the time it takes into a song to make it great." So, and that's where you go. Like in the US, like I said before, like you guys don't hold back. You go all in. There's nothing minimalistic about that. You guys go big. And
our approach is like super constant competition.
Yeah.
And it's like, and you don't have
the best you can be.
Yeah, and it's like I guess that's a really interesting point. I remember that from our, like, especially our episode about Incursa stuff. Like, I remember you talking about that, and like, yeah, I guess it's like a sink or swim kind of thing in the US, kind of thing, where it's like, if you fail, and people don't really care. If you succeed, people care. It's just like you just have to. There's no like, it's just like constant fighting to like get to. But you have opportunity. It's like weird. It's like, but yeah, I don't know. Like, that's a crazy, like culturally a crazy concept for me. Like being from the US to just like be like, oh, you got a fancy car. Like, oh, it's just like everyone's got everyone's trying to do that constantly. And like, it's just like, I don't know. It's so different. And like,
no, but okay. So here's the difference. Like what I noticed when we did the US tour, and I know this is superficial, like totally superficial. But if you're standing in line in a supermarket in Sweden, you're standing there holding your groceries, you are looking down into the floor. You're not talking to anyone. You're not looking at anyone. Nobody's going to bother you. You don't bother anyone. That's how it works. Like, it's so cold in that line. Not to mention sitting in a room waiting to go into the dentist or something, and then you're fucked. You just like the cell phone revolution has saved so many Swedes. Anyway, when we went over to America, like anytime I need to buy cigarettes because I'm smoking at the time, or go buy beer or whatever, every single time I went into a conversation in the queue in the line, like very superficial, but still it was still a conversation about whatever. Oh, you guys from Sweden? Yeah, well, fuck.
People are down. Yeah, to talk. Yeah,
that kind of talky thing, and that's America to me.
Except New York. Yeah.
That's anti-Sweden. Trust me.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. You can't go outside the box.
No.
Yeah.
If you do that, you're canceled immediately.
Yeah.
That's true. Of
course.
I think it's true.
Yeah.
So like it's such a weird concept. It's like so like to us it's like that culture exists in Sweden, but then these bands from Sweden also break out of that box. Like it's like for all of us. Like so it's like it's so weird. It's almost like by creating the box, you're creating something that needs to escape.
Yeah.
And like, it's like
that, I think that's a good thing too, because you're humbled, you know Yngwie Malmsteen.
Yeah, exactly.
He left Sweden for exactly that reason.
Yes,
he couldn't stand it. He couldn't stand it because he was totally out of the box. He did his own thing. He was playing it better than anyone else.
Yeah.
Everybody. Oh no, he's not Swedish.
It's the forbidden fruit, dude.
Yeah.
Maybe someone tells you can't do something, you can't have it. You're like, oh really? I can fucking do that and have it.
Yeah.
Like really,
And I remember, Jonas. I don't know if you remember. I think you remember, but before Spawn Obsession, when we were playing, and we were a bunch of dudes, and it was just so much fun. But we're talking when we played at my parents' house and when I moved to my own house and so on. But at that time we were playing, and I remember one of the dudes. I was like, we should probably record something. We should do something with all this. And I remember he just said, "Nah, we shouldn't record anything." Remember that?
Yeah, it's the same mindset.
Yeah, and I said, well, what's the point if we're not going to record or play a show or do anything? Nah, there's some bands that don't. He referred to some bands, what it was, Dark Throne or whatever. And I was like, and I just couldn't relate to that. I just couldn't fucking relate to that sort of fake modesty. And then, of course, when when Spawn was happening, I said, in my mind, and I know I was a driving factor because Jonas was more focused on the writing and everything. And I was like, if we're going to do this, we're going to do it big. We're going to do it right. We're going to fucking record and blah, 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 blah. And we did. And I remember specifically talking to Eric Lindmark on Unique Leader on the phone. He was stoked, like, "Hey, I want to sign you guys, man. Fucking people don't get it. You're amazing, blah, blah, blah." Yep. And he was super cool. And he was like, "I'm going to send you the contract and everything." And I said, yeah, but I want a separate contract for the tour. And he was like, "What do you mean? Like, you're going to tour U.S. and Europe for sure?" And I was like, yeah, heard that one before, send me a contract. And Eric was like, "You don't need a contract. Trust me, dude." And he fucking put us on the tours for sure. We never signed a contract for the tour because we didn't need to. But my point, okay, so we come back from the U.S. tour. I'm not going to mention bands and names, but so we play this big festival in Germany. There's another Swedish band there, and we're sitting before our show. They had put out catering and shit, so we got some food. We're sitting eating, and these guys comes in, And we're like, hey, what's up, dudes? And we had played a show with them, I think, at some time. So they were from Sweden, obviously. So they came sat around the table. And their fucking vocalist starts just ragging on us for have been to the US. Oh yeah, you're big rock stars now, right? That like that. And we hadn't said anything. We hadn't said shit. We were like, what are you talking about? We're the same people. And the jealousy was just like oozing out of his fucking eyes, this fucking retard. He's a silly person and an idiot and a fucking crap. He can't do real good vocals anyway, so fuck him. But anyway, I just remember, oh shit, we're back in. I could hear Sweden. It was just Sweden coming right at us.
Mm-hmm.
Because now, because the fact that we had gone over there, and obviously, I mean, in case you know this, because I mean, it sounds glamorous to say, oh, we went to US, we toured. Oh, we went to Europe, we toured. Like, yeah, someone just paid for everything. We didn't have to do shit. It doesn't work like that. It's like, oh, yeah, you can get some tour support. Yeah, you got to put in some money on your own. It's like, I'm not going to eat what the club is serving you. No, well, then you go out to McDonald's and you pay for that fucking food yourself. You know, it's like, okay, what about backline? Yeah. Are you going to fly an entire drum kit over to fucking Amsterdam? No. Oh, well, then you got to rent some drums. You got to have a trailer to fucking, you know, wheel that shit around in. So but in Sweden, the attitude is pretty, you know, depressing. So you got to be able to just like push that away.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting, like the cultural difference stuff, you know, it's like it makes sense totally, you know. Yeah, it's crazy. It's like, I don't know, just in America, like does things and brags about it, you know, like just got back from tour, just not, and everyone's like, hey, like, you know, on social media, just likes and that's all great. Like it's all like just kind of like here, everyone's just kind of like, do the best you can, and if you succeed, great. You know, like you know, if you don't, then like, sorry. I guess I think the thing here is like, also like if you don't succeed, then you have like, you know, we have to pay for medical bills. Like they're thousands of dollars. It's like we don't have like healthcare and shit. So it's like we have like insurance, but like things like that. But like a lot of people, it's just like so expensive. Like in like. So it's like any success people like praise and they don't care. Like it's like, I don't know, it's a different, like everyone here is struggling to a different degree, but we have like opportunity. It's like weird. Like we have like a lot of opportunity, but like we have a lot of avenues to fail. That's like America. Yeah. You know, it's like you can be homeless easily, but you can also succeed. Great. It's like weird. Like,
yeah, like, and that's interesting too. Like in Sweden, we have so many safety nets. Like, I mean, first of all, your medical bills are being taken care of. It's like you go to see a doctor, it's $20. That's it, no matter what it is. And if you surgery, whatever, you never have to pay for that ever. Like insulin and all that stuff. Insulin is free actually in Sweden. It's like everybody gets there if they have diabetes. So that part is like, and I think also like, and then of course if you're, oh fuck, I lost my job, you're not going to be thrown on the street, be homeless. It doesn't work like that. Like the social welfare offices, you go talk to people and they'll help you, you know, get you back on your feet. But I also think that's also one of the, we're talking about like the hunger that we see in Americans, or at least before, like that sort of hunger to make it. In Sweden, it's like, yeah, let's play some songs. Fuck, it didn't work. Well, I can go back to it's cool. I can go back to my mom's basement. Like, it's all good, you know? Which makes us, you know.
I think like America like has this like approach. Like when you look at it, like you like step back musically and everything, it's just like, yeah, you just go for it, you do your thing, and hopefully it works out. If not, whatever. But like sometimes I feel like like what we gain like from, if you look at like music history and stuff, like what we gain from like the European side or other cultures is like, that is culture, is, you know, like years. And obviously America is not like thousands of years old in terms of the European influence, before that natives and stuff like that. But just like when it comes to music, like we like naturally like are like impressed by the influence of like European classical shit or like whatever and this and that. We put it back, and like there's like a ping pong effect that comes between like in rock and roll, it's the same thing. So in metal, it's got to be the same thing too. You know, it's like, and so like I feel like I mean, for me personally, growing up here, like I just always was like, oh, Swedish death metal or whatever death metal like is very like interesting and rad, and like creates this whole like, oh, we didn't think of that, you know, like it's like, and so that's, you know, regardless of the political part of it, it's very interesting. Just like I think musically, like in like a more modern age, being able to like have like, oh, there was shit that was like, yeah, American did this, and Morbid Angel, Pete Sandoval can play this and do that kind of thing, and then mixing that with like, oh shit, like basically it's like just mixing cultures together, like musically. Like I think that's always been, we're always open to it in America. Like it's kind of like just like, yeah, we want that. Like we need more culture because we lack that, you know. Like we just have like this like stale fucking corporate shit, and you know, like God, dude, bring us some like culture. Like we need culture, you know. You don't have our own, you know. And so like yeah. So basically is we've always respected and wanted culture from other, at least me, talk for my country. My country. I don't give a fuck. But like I'm just saying, like talking from growing up in California, like it's like, dude, like hearing sick shit from Europe or like Sweden or whatever is always just like, oh yeah, those guys, like those guys do it at this level, and like we need that, you know. So I think that makes it cool. Like, and then you guys were saying that too, like, oh, like well, we need like, oh, these crazy drummers, like from, you know, Tim Young or people like that from, you know, like you're thinking of like, we all pull from different angles, but it's all the same shit. Like it's like,
well, that's also like it's interesting. Like Spawn Obsession would have never existed if it wasn't for America.
No, it's completely based on that.
Yeah, it really is, because me and Jonas, and I think we differed from a lot of our friends back in before we started playing seriously, was the fact that we had a strong, you know, gravitation towards American stuff, but also towards the Swedish stuff. And of course, Bay Area thrash and black metal and all that stuff. But when push comes to shove, I think we decided to go with the American stuff, because I personally, felt there was less rules, and it was also, there was no limit on how brutal and how fast you could go. It would still be accepted in that creative form. And I think we agreed very much on these things, and that's why we decided to, and like we've said previously, like Dirty Priest, that was the one. Like, oh fuck, we know exactly, this is, oh my god, this is it. We know how to do it, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Someone's mentioning Merciless, Guttural Reef. What's up, dude? Yeah, there we go. Merciless. Unbound is one of the absolute best Swedish metal albums of all time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a masterpiece. It's up there with Somberlane and Velvet Creation, and it's a masterpiece. That Peter Starwind on drums, fucking amazing. Yeah. He played for Entombed, I think, for some time, and he played in a band called Unanimated, really good. But the Merciless album was, oh my God, it's so good. You listen to that, Casey. You're going to like it.
Okay, nice. I will.
It's like Bay Area thrash with death metal with Swedish melodic and like really intense, a lot of double shit. It's great. Yeah.
So you guys wouldn't like go into like a club or something and feel like stoked, like talking about your band or something, or like whatever. Like you're like, I remember you saying, Dennis, like you're always kind of just like, no, dude, like just like stay. Like it's not cool in Sweden to be like boasting.
Well, we like when we were doing Spawn, when we started writing, we partied a lot. We had a lot of friends, like metal friends, and we had these really crazy parties where, tables would fly and glass would fly, and there were knives involved. It was really insane parties, but we never talked about playing music. So everyone who was there thought that we were just like these crazy dudes. And we never mentioned the music. We never talked about it. And my only concern was because there were plenty of people who actually talked about their bands, but in reality, they never amounted to anything. They made a demo in their fucking mom's basement, and then the local news picked up on it, and they went out to the port down here and stood in front of a fucking crane and looked badass on some picture in the newspaper, and it said, now it's happening. Now they're gonna make it. Now it's big. And it's like, oh shit, fuck. You turn the page. It's like, yeah, their new demo is out. It's like, what demo? How is it happening? You got a fucking demo, and then 6 months later, there's a new demo. Now it's really happening. There's arms crossed in the picture, man. Yeah, totally. I said to Jonas, this is very early. I said, I don't want to be part of that group. I don't agree with it. I don't want to be part of it. I don't want to be a rock star to begin with, but I definitely don't want to be one not having produced anything. And also the local thing was bands playing. I remember, you must remember this, Jones. We went to shows, like local shows, and the only people who were their friends.
Yeah.
And I remember saying to Jones, like, how fucking pointless is this? That's the most pointless thing you can do. Playing some fucking bar band with your friends. I mean, seriously. I mean, your friends can fucking come to rehearsal and hang out. You don't have, like, if I'm gonna lug amps and bass drums and shit and sort of rig an entire stage, I want to play to people who might just appreciate this and might buy whatever you're selling. You know what I mean? So I could never connect with a local. And plus, here's the thing, was that most of them, especially from our hometown, and Jonas can totally testify to this, was that they were fucking rock stars. Like tons of attitude.
Rock star shit.
Like, dude, couldn't look you in the eyes, like, yeah, whatever, dude. Coming into a bar with a fucking cowboy hat on in the middle of
God, dude, I know.
And like two babes, one of each, and they were like 13 and 12. And like, yeah, what's up, dude? Yeah, and they, totally disrespectful, fucking idiots. And Jonas and myself, and Jonas, you remember this, like, one funny story, because Jonas, you remember when we went to the Hultsfred Festival.
Yes.
And you remember, Emil, your old friend from your neighbor? Yeah? You guys, I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, but you were hanging out at some place there, and there was a local band sitting at the table next to you. Do you remember this?
No, I don't.
Well, it was a hardcore band, and Emil couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah.
And because Emil was like, Jonas is a very forthcoming, honest dude. But Emil is like the next. He just can't be quiet. And he was just, the way you told it to me was like he was just laughing and like, you suck so bad, and he couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah, I remember that now.
Damn.
It was beautiful.
Yeah, it was a super strange thing that was in our town. Those who thought they were like rock stars, they did nothing. Absolutely nothing. They played maybe some covers on a weekend, and then they didn't write their own songs. Nothing.
They couldn't play.
No, we couldn't play. We could just punk rock at most, and we didn't want to be like those guys.
No. Exactly.
Yeah. Damn. So funny, dude. So they're just like playing their rock shit or whatever and being all.
It becomes very pathetic.
Yeah.
When it continues, after several years, 5 years, 10 years, we still haven't done anything.
Yeah.
It's really pathetic. I think so.
Yeah, and I lived in this in our hometown. I still live here.
Yeah.
And those dudes are still rock stars. And they're like they're 10 years older than me. I'm not kidding. They're 10 years older than me. They dress, they pose, and they talk like rock stars. Like, yeah, I was in a band. Really?
They got like leopard pants on or some shit.
Yeah.
Like whatever. Yeah.
It's really just sad.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, there's the local rock star thing is it happens here too, dude. It's so funny.
Of course.
They are the worst. They drag everything down.
Yeah. There's a reason why cover bands make more money than real bands, Like,
yeah.
You're just like, I play in a whatever cover band. That's cool. Like it's like fun, but like it's like annoying how like real bands that write their own music and stuff don't make just people want to see, oh, there's this band, but it's kind of funny too, like in America, like I've noticed this a lot, like I mean, just speaking because I live here, on the Jimmy Kimmel show, Knocked Loose like played or something. I don't even know this band I just know that they're like a popular band right now, but they're getting a bunch of shit like, oh, you had this rock band or whatever. I don't even know, like they're like, it's satanic or something. I don't even know. It's so stupid. And it's like when Gojira played at the Olympics and stuff, and people that like it's like the mass media is like, oh, it's a heavy metal band, therefore like it's satanic, or like they want to like resist or something. Like it's like their church is like, oh no, that's not cool and all this. It's like this is like evolution. Like we need to get away from this bullshit. Like it's like, dude, like. You can be religious. We're not saying you can't, but like, dude, like, let the rock band play. It's like we're talking about Ozzy in the 80s. Like, oh, he's so satanic Ozzy. It's like, come on, dude. This is 2020 fucking 4. Like, what the hell, dude? Like, what do you guys think of that shit? I mean, that's just so stupid. Like,
that's really stupid. Also, didn't care about things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just partying.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just think that like, but it also makes metal. I don't know. Anyways, I want to go back real quick on Metallica for a second. Like, so like we're talking about Black Album, and like, dude, like, it's crazy. Like, if you go on like YouTube and shit and like look up live performances of like songs from right before the Black Album, so like like Injustice for All shit, and like look up like Blackened and Justice for All, like like live, dude, they're like murdering, dude. Like it's so sick. Like Metallica and Justice for Live, like 88, 89 or whatever, like playing Blackened, like it's like really sick, and like they have like fucking crazy arena of people there watching them play insane tech thrash in a sense, you know, and like they just suddenly went from that to like most rock shitty Black Album shit, you know. So I don't know. You guys think of that, but it's weird. Like it's like
I think Justice is personally my favorite.
it is me too.
Yeah,
yeah. Justice for all.
It has such experimental qualities to it. Even this is so funny. I fucking love the production, but
me too. I know I like it.
But obviously, there's something very wrong with it in terms of the bass frequency.
Yeah, I know.
But I love the drum sound and the depth of the drums.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be as brutal as Jonas is on the Black Album, because I do think that I've listened to it in recent years, actually, and there's some good stuff on it. You know,
The Unforgiven's not bad.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think that the ballads are really good. Sandman is not like one of my favorites, but there's good stuff, and also I love the production on it. I think the drums.
The production is insane.
Yeah, it's really good. So, but again, like I think like every Metallica album has qualities, has something. Some have more than others. I think for me it's Justice, and then second place is Master of Puppets for sure. It has some really good stuff. But I also think like the same thing with Slayer stuff, and there was something about the drum sound between 80 and maybe 85, 86.
Yeah.
And Lombardo did that too, and I just couldn't really get into that sound. It sounded muffled and weird, you know, and the drumming was perfect. It's not the drumming, it's the sound. So when they did Justice and his that drum production that was on that with the toms and everything was so big, it was huge, you know, and I just fucking love it. I'm sure other albums had done that previously, but for me, it was like the first time I was like, whoa, that's not what I was expecting, you know.
With Slayer?
No, with Justice for All.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that production, you know.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, I think like Injustice kind of has the most like tight. I was like nerding out or something like, and it might be wrong. I don't know how it goes, but like that like that's the first album that used the EMG like pickups. Like that was like invented around 88 or something. Yeah. And so the EMG active pickups like was used on Injustice or something. Yeah. I don't know. I might be wrong, but like kind of sounds like that on prior albums, but that whole like that super like, you know, like scooped kind of sound with but the EMG pickups and stuff. Of course the drums sound the way they do. But yeah, I don't know, man, whatever. Like in terms of like all that like sound and then writing and stuff, I just feel like that has that. Injustice has that, like it's like the most like death metal album of Metallica kind of in a way.
Like, and I read, speaking about the guitars, I think it was an interview with Fleming Rasmussen, the dude who produced it. That we talked about that earlier about dubbing, that James played his guitar parts 3 times on each side.
Okay.
Which is 6 times. And you know, that's like an hour of music, and you listen to that in your headphones. You're not gonna hear 6 different guitar tracks.
Yeah.
That's just how fucking tight that dude is. He's insane. He's amazing. And if it's true, I'm sure it is. I think it was like 3 left, 3 right, and obviously to you know mess with the sound to get that cool Hetfield tone distortion thing he's got going. It's always had great guitar sound. So
totally, dude. Did you guys ever get into like 90s rock shit like Alice in Chains and stuff?
No.
Like, were you? No, it's not. Just skip that. You're just like, nah.
Oh yeah, no, like the whole grunge stuff. There was
Grunge, yeah.
because like there was a lot of things happening in the early 90s. It was like the Metallica Explode Black Album. There was Use Your Illusion. And there was Nevermind with Nirvana happen. And then, so there was like the grunge, the rock, the sort of thrashy heavy metal stuff. And then, of course, came all the I don't know if that was a big thing in the US, but the British pop stuff. Oasis and Blur and all these fucking bands.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
bad.
And I always felt it was super pretentious. I've come to realize that.
Yeah.
But I'll give him a song here and there. It's like, okay, I get it. It's okay, yeah, made sense, you know. But at the time, it was like, and being into death metal at that point was like ridiculous. It was like, no one that type of music was so, you know, in the shadows. So I was busy.
Yeah.
But then, of course, you know, culturally, I mean, I remember MTV was playing "You Could Be Mine" with Guns N' Roses, obviously because you loved it because fucking Terminator 2 was in the video. So you was like, yeah, that's a pretty good song, man. That's just
a good song.
Yeah, that was so stupid. But,
and the solos are good. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I think I need to bounce. Like it's getting pretty late.
Oh, dude, it's all good, dude. We're just going as long as you guys are down, dude. I'm down.
Yeah,
we're reaching 4 hours and 40 minutes, dude. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good length, dude.
What time do you have over there right now?
It is 3:41 p.m. So
you got the whole afternoon open, like.
Yeah, totally.
What are you gonna do today?
Alex is coming up, actually, from Alex from Odious and
cool.
Ominous Ruin. So we're gonna hang out. He lives like 30 minutes south of me, so he's down in San Diego, Chula Vista. Yeah. So yeah, we're just gonna chill, dude. It's been hanging out, man. But yeah, brother, we can end it now if you want to. We can wait for you, Jonas,
I gotta go take a piss. Someone posted. Let me see. Hold on a second. So you can see this. Noel Gallagher. Like, yeah, the Gallagher brothers, fucking funny as hell. If you want to have a laugh, go on YouTube and look for Liam and Noel Gallagher. Like, they're riffing and commenting and shit.
Oh,
like,
yeah, totally.
Oh my god, they're the baddest fucking rock stars in history. Fucking super funny.
It's so funny, dude. Yeah.
But to anyone who's been posting, thanks so much for like, I've been sitting here watching it in the periphery and that's amazing. Thank you guys. We'll get to more. We can do this. I'm thinking we'll do it. We'll pick it up in March or something. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, dude. Always down, dude.
Yeah. So we could do like, then we can talk about the lyrics and all kinds of shit. Like, thanks for everyone for stopping by. That was awesome.
Oh, dude, yeah. No, awesome. We got a good almost 5 hours in here. We got a 4 and 45 minutes kind of thing. So it's badass, dude. Dennis, love you, dude. You're fucking awesome.
Dude, the same, man.
Great dude.
We'll talk soon, man. And fucking
for sure.
Yeah, always, man.
Awesome, homie. All right. Well, I guess we'll do the little plugs or whatever. Anthony is like always like Battle Forge Coffee and all that. I don't know.
Oh yeah, sure. Battle Forge Coffee and Retromorphosis and Odious Mortar.
Yeah, totally.
The Deeds catalog and fucking
yeah, totally.
The Unique Leader catalog.
Awesome stuff. Yeah. Right on, brother. Well, have a great time, great night, and thanks for everything. And fucking rock and roll. See you guys next time. Peace. Wrong one.